why has to be very clear. This is the most fundamental thing that you need to understand before you write music, well, at least at that stage, before you think about your Instagram, before you think about your live sets, before you think about any of those things, is your why. Your why is what creates the ethos of your brand image. So, whether you want to stand for a cause, or whether you want to be the fun guy, or you want to be the funny guy, the why is at the core of your personal brand. So who are you when the music stops? To give you some perspective, you see, in 2025, daily submissions of music to DSPs is 1,000, right? So 100,000 songs to every day. That was about 30 million tracks. The craziest stat about all that music is that 80% of that music is streamed less than 1,000 times. Below 1,000 streams. You understand? So, yes, I saw a report recently where the top artists now on DSPs are making over $10 million, which is very good. Just a few years ago, it was only like 1 or 2 artists who would make. Now the number has gone up to about 80. So at the top, it seems to be doing well. But at the bottom, there's too much noise. There's a lot of music coming out daily, and attention is now the biggest currency we have, especially with social media, right? So your personal brand has to come out strongly. The why in your story. About your personal brand, there's also an element of reputation and how to manage your reputation. So, you see, the brand is something proactive. You control, it's something that comes from your intention. Your reputation is reactive. Your reputation is what the public actually sees you as, how they perceive you. So between your brand and your reputation, if there's some inconsistency, it really ruins. Example, your brand is, you're this humble guy, who maybe just raps about the struggle, and you come off as someone who's empathetic, and you come off as someone who's loving and caring and all these things. And then your reputation is that, hey, this guy Q. So brand won't last, because your reputation will eventually get out there, and when it's not consistent with your then. So it's very important to align what you do proactively with your brand, with how you act with the general public for your reputation, which is reactive. Yeah, so this, the perception gap. This comes off strong usually during controversy, especially. So if you have like a rebel, outlaw sort of brand, and then, you go ahead and... Another thing to consider when you're managing your reputation is your values and messaging. So, aligning with causes is one thing. There's something fundamental. This slides up. I'm still on. So values and messaging, aligning with that. There's 2 things I usually say that keeps your brand engaging. A cause or competition, right? So a cause, it could be, you've decided that you're taking a stance for mental health or cancer, or whatever cause it is. and you sort of like build your brand around that cause. Or it could be competition. Competition is, you know, beefy. Tuma can tell you, I'm sure he's very happy with Brooklyn Boys in 2026. You guys are feeling nice. It works very well. Even in pop, it works. Now in pop, you know, in hip hop, we call it beef and it seems a bit rough, but in pop, how they do it also is, you know, this artist has been #1 for 16 weeks, or, you know, artist X has had 15 consecutive #1s and things like that. So it's either cause or competition. That's a very key role when it comes to your value, right? That's on personal brand. So let's talk about positioning. We could move to the next slide. So about how there's so much noise. Guys, there's so much music. You have to find your blue ocean. What is it that differentiates you, right? So first of all is to niche. It could be thematic, like I said, maybe conscious or party guy or whatever. So it could be thematic. You could decide that I'll reimagine Gengeton, for example. Or, you know, let's go back to Kapuka, take some of those elements, reimagine it, do something with it. And you end up building a niche. Another thing that's very underrated that most guys also still don't pay attention to is knowing your audience. Knowing your audience is the fundamental thing that you need to do to be able to have a marketing campaign. You need to know exactly who you're talking to. Exactly. Now, wako wapi? Now, you understand? You need to know them. You need to know what they like. Once you have an understanding of your audience, a proper understanding of your audience, you can make informed decisions on how you present your music to the world, right? So use Spotify for artists, very important. Yeah, even TikTok now has a TikTok for artists. You know, guys, TikTok now is the #1 music discovery platform in the world. It's the best place to market your music, to test your music right now is TikTok. And for brand positioning, definitely differentiate yourself boldly. Boldly, right? So I know there's a thing about catching waves, because we're in the social media era, and when something is trending, a lot of guys will jump on it. And you can do that, and you'll jump on it. But you see, when that wave dies, you die with it, because you're not a pioneer in that wave. The pioneer might have a chance to pivot, but you who just jumped on the wave, very unlikely. So it's important to differentiate yourself boldly to be able to with your brand positioning. All right, cool. So let's go to visual branding. Visual branding is essential because, you know, when someone sees you, it's almost like they can already imagine what you sound like. Like if I was to play a Brooklyn Boys music video on this screen, you already have an audience, right? Because aesthetically, they've done the work. The aesthetic is there and it's consistent. When you go to their Instagram, you go to their TikTok, you watch their interviews, you listen to the music, you look at there's a consistent tone. There's a consistent imaging. There's consistent colors. There's consistent phrases. You know, 5'8", Buru. It's consistent across all platforms. So that's something that you need to do, have consistent aesthetic. Fashion as a statement is an interesting tool you can use to bring someone into your world. When you're rolling out a project, you're basically creating a world for the listener. You're taking them on a journey. And so, if we look at even Sauti Sol's album, the first single was Susanna, I believe, right? And Susanna had like a 70s inspired look. You know, the guys were in their fros and it was all 70s. So, you know, you're almost immersed into a whole new world. And that was the introduction to the rollout of Midnight Train as a statement. Yeah. For visual example, again, like I said, is Brooklyn Boys. Very consistent across all platforms. Graph the same. Before we go into story narrative building, there's something I wanted us to play. I don't know if we have the video. Let's just have a quick look and then we'll discuss. No audio? Okay. Well, how many are familiar with this video? Familiar with this video? We used to do a freestyle web series back when I was at Homeboys. So twice a week, rappers would come in and freestyle. Asam Gav is in the building. You know, he was also part of that era. So this time, this is Diana Chords. For those who came in with Wakadinali. At this time, Wakadinali had the song Morio Nzenza. It had started to pick up. So they come for this freestyle session. Diana Chords does what she does, and then this thing goes viral. Like berserk viral, like it was everywhere viral. Like my mom knew about it viral. Yeah? And I wanted to play this to ask you guys something and put something in perspective. Who do you think was the biggest beneficiary of this viral moment? Any takers? You can even just shout it out. Wakadinali were there. I was there. Diana Chords was there. Hell, even Ruby was there. She's not in the video room. Actually, during my reactions, you could hear her voice. Any takers? Who benefited the most from this moment? You say Homeboys. Radio. Thanks. That's it? Okay. So, you see, I've talked about creating a world, yeah? We had created this ethos happening weekly, every single week. So we had created that environment. And then you have Wakadinali, who are now starting to pick up. This was when drill was, you know, becoming a thing. And so Morio Nzenza is going crazy, and then this viral moment happens. Okay, for me, it's cool, but you know, it doesn't really affect what I'm doing. I might have a bump in ratings for the next couple of days, but my programming is pretty much the same. For Wakadinali, who are on the path, who are on this trajectory, the fanning of the flame that happened. This was when the guys low-key started becoming household names. And then for Diana Chords, who actually owns the moment, it was a confusing time for her. And I say that to say, she hadn't really identified herself as an artist at that point. So when this attention, she tried to replicate it. You understand? So if you look at the music that Diana Chords released after this moment, she was trying to recreate that moment. So she wasn't creating genuinely. She wasn't creating her best art, which now we saw when, you know, she started doing set it and all these other things. She's had a moment recently. Because this is some time back. Which year was this? It's some time back, pre-COVID even. So Diana Chords wasn't ready for that moment. I was saying that to say this. Wakadinali had been preparing for that moment. They had gone through artist development. They had made Ndani ya Cockpit. They had developed their own show called Rhyme Gym, which was dope. They had been time, they were more seasoned and ready for that moment. And so when it happened, Wakadinali were the biggest beneficiaries. To bring that up, to take you through storytelling and narrative building, having your origin. Rongrende, Zoza Nation. And what that does already is it makes anyone who's a fan of the music a part of a movement, right? Pia unasema pia nrongre, kila mtu pia si nrongrende. So acting in a way that connects with the music. The music is about the streets, the music is about brotherhood and figuring it out from the mud to the stars with your guys. And that resonates. Situation connects. So they crafted a very good origin story. They communicated very authentically. And then they built an emotional connection with you guys through the Wrong Rende slogan. Very brilliant narrative, very brilliant storytelling. Alrighty. Now, let's go to your, once you've had that moment, you've built that community, now you have to stay consistent. How do you stay consistent? So one, of course, is social media presence. And the tone and messaging in your social media has to align with the tone and messaging of your music consistently, right? You think of Major, you already know. You understand? It's him. It's the same guy. You see him with his cup everywhere. It's the same guy. From the music video to IG to X or wherever he is, it's the same guy through and through. Recognizable presence, you see like calligraph, when you just see him, you call him OG, right? Like a lot of guys even call him OG more than calligraph at this point. He's repeated his years, respect the OGs. He did much, respect the OGs. In all the songs, respect the OGs, respect the OGs, respect this his brand, it's part of his story, and you guys repeat it. He comes to the show, respect the OGs. A cohesive visual strategy is now there's a look and feel. What are we going for? Are we trying to be prestigious? Are we aspirational? There's so many aspects. And when you have that, then the visual strategy should cut across all platforms consistently. Considered here. All right, cool. Now let's talk audience connection and fan culture. So audience connection is important. Where you move guys from fans to ambassadors. You know, the most effective marketing tool still is word of mouth. Even with all these tools we have, word of mouth is what will convert for you at the highest rate. And how you get to word of mouth is by turning your fans into your ambassadors. And how do you cultivate that? Community building. You see, even right now, we were just talking in the back, and you know, at this point, it almost you have forms to be able to access your community. Yeah? So you build your community on IG, and then when you start posting on IG, it limits your reach. And understand? That's the model. That's where we are in social media at this point. So as you're building your community, you need to start thinking about about how to directly engage them, right? Don't let your community just sit on your IG, on your X or whatever. How can you get their emails? How can you get their contacts, right? So now you develop your own database and your own direct communication with your community. I think it's very important right now because I was just listening to Gary Vee recently. He's an interesting chap. And he was talking about how, social media is dead. Yeah? Interest media. If you think about it, when you look at your feed now, like how many people do you see on your feed that you follow? You shifted from that. Now, you're seeing the things that you're interested in. So if you show interest in cooking, your social media will show you a bunch of cooking content. You saw interest in cars, you understand? So it's even no longer about who you follow and yada, yada, yada. It's almost inconsequential following at this point. It's about interest. And you have to think about that even as you're curating your social. You sort of like have to start writing your captions like Google SEO, like with the keywords and whatnot. But community building is important. Line to your fan base. Build your own fan base. Brand rituals. Brand rituals are what will keep your community engaged with you for a long time. Soulfest is a good example. Soulfest has now been happening every year, and it's almost like we're just like, oh, at what point is our soul coming out? Guys are just waiting, right? So that's sort of like a brand. And there's an aesthetic, even there's like a community of how they dress, how they show up, and it's something that has worked really well for them. Brand rituals, I have merchandising. Yeah, merchandising is also a really strong one. I'll take you back to Wakadinali and the Rongrende movement. I think the merchandise is a strong one. Even I've seen Brooklyn Boys now really going hard on merch, and it's especially if you do good quality merch, something that I can wear and I can stay with for a long time. That builds a very long-term connection with your people. Alrighty, and then let's talk about brand evolution. Brand evolution is an interesting one. There's a it's a three-step cycle. It's in one of the sheets I've shared with you guys actually for arc. So there's a three-step phase that's ideal, at least for me. You tease, right? Teasing is when you're introducing the idea, introducing the world, starting the journey of this cycle. After you tease, you build. So teasing could be a single, it could be a tweet, it could be whatever a piece of content, whatever you want to do, an announcement for you to start the journey. And then as you build on that world, that's the second step of the cycle. That could be your single, that could be your EP, it could be a crazy interview, you've gone on a podcast to rant, whatever that is, to sort of like solidify what you're building. And then you have an arrival. An arrival could be the album, could be a live, a documentary, whatever you need to do, whatever big milestone that you're like, we go tease, we go build. That's the three-step. And when thinking about brand evolution, there's a three-step here. And at maturity, there'll always be a decline. You'll plateau and decline. So what do? You have to do another introduction, right? And that's where brand evolution really comes in. With brand evolution, you have to be very keen to recognize the shift. And knowing when ceiling, who's in a niche, And in a niche genre, it could be saturated, right? For example, let's say an EDM the guys are doing, Sophia and Zao. Is there a name? It's the sound, what? Uns. Nah, I think that they have like a Kenyan name. Is it Safari? Is it Mara? Something like that. Anyway, let's go with Gengeton, right? Gengeton came through. Gengeton is... Every single rapper is looking at Gengeton as their ticket, yeah? So when that happens, when everyone is doing Gengeton, the market is saturated. So at that point, for your brand, a smart thing to do would be to pivot, right? But you could maybe do a fusion. You understand? You could merge this popular thing with something else that gives you we call a product extension. So when the niche is full, it's a very good time to shift. Another good time to shift is when the narrative is still. So, you know, as an artist, you're also going through life. Let's say you've developed your brand around being a quote-unquote struggling catches. You start, your records are moving, you're getting how you can afford a Benz. So now when you're driving this Benz, are we still talking about struggle? Or now are we pivoting? Is it new levels, new devils? Can we talk about now struggles at levels, guys acknowledging that you're different? You see, at that point, sometimes there could be some level of conflict. So it's important to figure out how to pivot when your narrative has kind of, your personal growth is kind of impeding on your brand. It's important to catch that. Data-driven shifts is another one. That's the third time to realize when to shift. You know, you could be looking at your day one, where you started rapping, and your demo when you started were the 18 to 24. Now it's 28 to wherever, to the 40s. So are we still doing the same thing? There's no way. You know, there's no way. You have to grow with your demo. So a data-driven shift. Another thing in brand evolution, you see, there's the core DNA rule. You have to know at least one thing that is very central, very core to your brand that you can never leave behind. You know, as much as you can change anything else. So I'll give you say you've built storytelling, or you've built a brand around humor or your vocal grit. You have to keep that fundamental. That's not something you can lose. And now, there's two ways to rebrand. There's a gradual pivot. There's a hard reset. So, for example, a good example of a pivot is Boutros. Yeah? You guys know Shrap. You know, Shrap was like it was Shen, that's the thing they were doing, and Boutros and Jovi and Asam and K Green and all these guys, and it was a movement, and it was nice and it was beautiful, and they made impact. They did a collab with but it hit a ceiling. And Boutros, for whatever reason, he said, okay, well, let me try some melodic club hits. And guess what? Angie. But you look at Boutros, still has the same aesthetic, still represents, he's got the chains, he's got the rings, he still communicates Shrap, he'll still do a Shrap record from time to time, but he did a gradual pivot to make sure that he can deliver hits. And it's worked well for him. And then there's a hard reset. A hard reset is Paul and Bahati. That was a hard reset. Yeah? Mtoto wa mama, church, nini, wah. And then, whew, complete. Wow. So that's a hard reset. But you know what? It gave his brand a new life. That was a brand evolution, and it worked well for him. So, with brand evolution, there's always something about selling out. Sometimes when you pivot, your community might say, this guy Mazei used to be fire nowadays. I don't mess with him. Sold out. So I know we spoke about a gradual pivot. And the thing about it is, to avoid the sellout thing, is also don't chase something so different. Incorporate. Like I said earlier, don't chase. Incorporate. To avoid being called a sellout. And then another thing is transparent evolution. Transparent evolution in the sense of speaking openly about what it is that's making you or a radio show, or even just your Instagram, and just talk to your guys and walk them through what's happening in your life and what's making you have this change. And I believe that is how you would avoid sellout trap. All right? So, yeah, that's brand evolution. I think we've walked through creative identity and branding, top line. Some exercise as I close. It's just something that I do as an A&R when thinking about projects. Intentionalized that can help you develop a story. Copies of the same, please. Tracy, if I could get copies myself. So we have story arc, and we have A&R live feedback. So I think we'll start with the that can help you as a producer, as a songwriter, as an artist, as an A&R, can help you think through a project. Thank you. In the beginning, I told you the most important arc, you see that as the first point in your code. The log line, you know. Think of one sentence, sort of like a film synopsis. You want to create, ba 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 ba. That's your log line. That guide every single decision about your creativity from there. Now, you need to list a few keywords that will describe the vibe of your project. So, is there someone who has an idea of a log line? If we could just... Okay. I know it takes some deep thinking to get through this, but anyway, I'll just walk you through. So once you have your log line, the next thing to think about is vibes. It's like when you're making beats. You know, a lot of the times you sit in sessions and the artist is just like, just play me a beat pack. Let me go through, see what vibe I'll feel. It should be the other way around, you know? You should come in, I have a vision of making this kind of project. I'm going for vibe. You can pick instruments, you can pick chords, you know, you could pick whatever You're not fitting in a mold, you're molding yourself. That's why you write those keywords. And then the anchor track. Which song is the heart of the project? Back to your why. Your why will inform the anchor track. Once you have that foundation, then you're ready to start writing, you're ready to start making beats, you're ready to start recording. Then, of course, we go to branding and visual, which presentation today has been about. That's where we define the artist and we define your identity. And this is you develop your EPK. Your EPK is your electronic press kit, which would have your bio, it would have your pictures, your milestones, and things like that. So the artist persona has to be easily identifiable. We've talked about visual consistency, and then we have to look at the audience hook. So the audience hook is the theme that anchors the project. So we have a track that anchors the project musically, but we also need a story that anchors the journey. Yeah? So, you know, if you think about King Kaka, for example, I remember one project he did, Islando Royalty. And, you know, it was sort of like a statement on his journey, you know, coming from Rabi Tuko Jamnakam, you know, to King Kaka and owning it and developing a big business. He's like the king of brand deals, this guy. So you see, that's like a good audience hook if you've been following this guy. It's literally rags to riches. So from there, on the 3-chapter rollout, which is the tease, the build, and the arrival, with some examples. So you have to think about the format. And the format here, like I said, the tease could be something you do on social media. The build could be a single, it could be whatever. Think up, and on the second cycle, the tease of the second cycle has to be bigger than the arrival of the previous cycle. And that's how you consistently grow as a brand. All right, so how do you define success is also what's important. It's not always about numbers. This thing, again, is a journey. Numbers can distort. They don't always tell the full story. So, you know, you could have other goals that you set for yourself. You know, I've talked about community building and having direct access to your fans. Maybe you want your WhatsApp, that could be a good engagement goal. You know, or you want stories about how the music moved them. You know, a career milestone, maybe you've never done a show by yourself, show come out. Maybe you've never been on radio, maybe you've never been on a podcast. That could also be, you know, some of the small wins that consider through your 3-chapter rollout. Yeah, and then at the end is just a professional standards checklist. So that's your mix and master. Make sure it's at a high level. I'm sure Asam will speak more on that. High resolution press kit, clear ownership, which is where a lot of us get stuck, split sheets. You guys, we have guys here who make music. Cindy, you make music? You do? Have you ever signed a split sheet? You have? Okay. So a split sheet is very important, guys. It should be our standard. Split sheet is of a record. That's the proof of ownership that you have. I know it's also implied ownership when it comes to IP, but when it comes to contracts and, you know, guys going into distribution and publishing and sync licensing your music and things like that, a title deed is the proof of ownership, or a split sheet rather, which is the title deed. A split sheet is your proof of ownership. So that's very important. And of course, messaging across all. So that's how you can sort of develop an album story arc aligning with your brand. For the A&R live feedback form, this one is pretty standard. It's just to make you consider the questions that I can ask if I want to, come in to help you promote it, help you develop it. These are some of the questions you should consider while you're making it quite straightforward. I don't think I'd have to get into it. And I'm still available here in case you want to go through anything. And we will have a panel discussion later. One really pressing one. All good? We can wait for the panel, right? Juu. Huku kuna lights. Logline synopsis is. Hiyo ni kama umeenda kuwatch movie. Unaweza kuwa umeandikiwa kasa yuki Google movie yenye unataka kuwatch kwa nini yake. Theme, summary. Hii movie ni about yara, hizi movies za Jason Statham zote or a driver who's also a hitman or a beekeeper who's also part. So think about that as sort of like your log line. Yeah, it's a synopsis. So you're in a guide venye utafikiria about all the music, all the beats, all the themes, all the subjects that utaongelea, it will be guided by your log line. Ni strategy ya create story ya album. Yeah. Yeah, unajua, okay. Let me try and do this practically. My log line is, I want the next rapper, the next top global rapper will come from Africa. That's my log line. Nimejipatia goal. So, this will be the pinnacle of rap. Rap, tunataka compete nayo na Drake, now I say, we want to make the best rap project possible. Alafu vibe, nimefikiria vibe nikasema, okay, I want it chill, deep. I also want it fun. Season 3. So nikikaa chini na producer, I have already the idea of some of the vibes that I want to curate on the album. Na niko na idea that we want to make rap album possible. So what do? We study the best. Sindio? Nini hiyo inawa differentiate? Which format are they using? How many bars are they doing in a verse? Hizi mahook. Alafu pia, what are they sampling? What's like their sampling tactic? Wanatumia samples za era gani? Samples za era gani ndo zina connect the most? Kwa sababu when you do your research, hapo ndo hizo ndo vitu zenye unaanzaga kulearn. Unalearn. You see there's different eras where different samples have been more dominant. So utapata, like more recently, now a lot of those in a crack through. So those are just some of the things that you look at and consider. Sasa zile umeanza hiyo journey yako ya kuandika na kumake beats. You can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. Unajua ni important kukua studio na team. I also encourage guys to have writers in the room. Na saa zingine writers si ati hata kupata mse mnoma. It's just someone to bounce ideas off na ni mse genuine. Unaona? So, but you have genuine people around you when you're like, hapo kidogo, and you rewrite. When you write your stuff, nika uko attached to it, and you have to remove your ego ndo uweze ku receive criticism na uweze Huwezi do solo. Lazima uwe na wase around you. Producers, A&Rs, manager, DJs. I encourage you to bring in guys kwa studio. Wase wenye wana match vibe yako, wase wana match na unafaa kuwapo pamoja as a team with the goal of making the best album possible. Huwezi fanya solo. DJ ndo kwanza anakuja na music responsibility kuandika, wasana kuambia okay, hii naweza, hii haiwezi. So it's definitely joint effort. Nani ndo? Nando bosi? Msanii? Ruby, can I take more questions or should we? All right, cool. For every track. Ni kitu yenye producer yoyote, kawe ni producer, unafaa tu kuwa nazo kwa studio. After session, nani aliandika? Writers. Na mnajua split sheet, a song is split in two already, 50-50. 50% goes to composers. Composers ni wase wenye wali make beat. 50% is split with us. Sawa, wase wenye wameandika mziki. So kama kulikuwa na session musician hapo alikuja akacheza gitaa, ameandikwa kwa side ya composers. Kwa hiyo 50 ajue yeye amepewa ngapi. Sawa, mwenye ali make beat alipewa ngapi?
Working kawaida, maybe nimeka kwa studio tofauti. So the moment nimefika hii place, maybe kwa composing tulikuwa watatu na hizo vitu zote. Production plus everything and songwriting. So studio mob naonanga wanaliaga about the 50% should be theirs, a 50% ingine mgawane producer na wase wengine wote.
Hiyo sasa, hiyo si ni kuchezwa tu. Au unajua wewe unafaa kujua. Juu cheki, ni ukweli msee mwenye, unaona msee mwenye, hapa kuna vitu mbili pia. Acha nikushow. Yeah, your song has a master, but your song is also intellectual property. Split sheet ni wale watu wali contribute intellectually. Sawa. So ka studio, let's say ulienda studio na ukarecord sare. Record sare wanataka ku own 50%. Wanaweza own 50% ya master. Sawa. Kwa split sheet, label haingiagi hata kwa split sheet. Unaona? Split sheet ni mambo ya whole other presentation if I have to get into. But split sheet hapo. Production house nini yaingiagi hapo. Nani ndo aliunda beat? Mweke hapo. Nani alicheza gitaa? Mweke hapo. Nani aliandika? Wenye waliandika. Let's say uliandikia msee na yeye akaenda kairap. Mwenye alirap ya yuko kwa split sheet. Wewe ndo uliandika. So yeye anaweza kuwa na master, lakini upande publishing ana yeye. Sorry? Show. Like kuperform. Because mziki kona two separate rights. Yeah? Mziki kona two separate rights. Na sazile mnaaga na studio, it should be very clear. Yeah? Especially kama studio ina own master, wanafaa kukupea hiyo license. You should have ile good faith, mmefanya ngoma pamoja. You should have license to go and perform it. Na wendo na do yako ya show, do yako ya show unless umesign 360. Coming.
Jinx, mimi naitwa More. Actually, I've been DMing you a lot. So for me, it's a pleasure to see you physically. So there's this part you've mentioned about ownership. As people in Africa, people in Kenya. Ownership ya mziki, ownership ya once we distribute the music is on the platforms, it goes on, you need to publish it, you need to know what you are really publishing. After umetoka publishing, there's this part of ownership of the music. You've mentioned about split sheets. Tuko na MCSK, uko na tuosha kila wakati. Tuko na, there's infrastructure in Africa and there's infrastructure in US and all those European countries. So for instance, when you look at Africa, compared to another rapper maybe in USA, who has the same audience, these two guys are making totally different type of money. So with the information, I know it's a global, it's a continental problem. Yes, we might not be able, but we as Africans, we as Kenyans, si tunajaribu kubuild brand zetu hapa hivi, hatujafika hata mali nano literally, si ndio? That's why you don't know me. So we as Kenyans, what is the umekaa na wasanii, umekaa na wakardinali before tuwajue, umekaa na Brooklyn, umekaa na wase. So what is that first initial monetary value that we can give to people? What, nini ya kwanza tunaweza fanya? Zuko na feel, where can we get that first coin? Literally. Now, well, the other end. And then maybe the last one, now that I've been trying to tell, is there a platform that you have, with this information that you have, is there a place that you can find you such that we as much as we are trying to look for it to scattered, there's somebody like Jinx who is structured, who knows a lot than I know. Instead of me going all everywhere, yes, we have AI nowadays, but I think if I have a human interaction with Jinx, I will capture almost 120.
So, okay. Yeah. Monetization, imagine, you see what I've gone through today to describe brand building, ni community. Because you build your community. Kardinali ile time walikuwa nafanya rhyme gym Kayole. Watu Mungu atakuja hapo aturoge album nzima. Unaona? Na say 20. Na next Sunday same. Na next Sunday same. Unaona? It wasn't nothing crazy, it was like just like a small PA and coded mics. It wasn't at a good quality, but kulikuwa na intention, kulikuwa na do or die. It has to work. Unaona? So hakuna siri, hakuna ati ni grind. That's the only way. You establish your brand, you stay in your voice to refine your style, yani mpaka ikue ujitambue wholly. And that one extends to your brand and how you present your brand. It doesn't have to be bougie, it just has to be authentic. Na unaanza na wase 20, wase 20 wanageuka wanakuwa 40. Because I'm telling you, that same funnel I've told you, you turn your fans into your ambassadors by taking them through that journey with you. Msea mistake na wewe since day one, atakuletea wase wawili watatu. And it will always happen like that. Na ina create domino effect. As far as resources, information. Say this platform is a good way. I also work with Perform, where we do a lot of artist development, and you can look out for registrations on performmusicincubator.com. Kuna kuagana trainings every now and then, so you can check out their website. Very good training for artist development. Now, there's more that can be done, for sure, 100%. Structurally, mention MCSK. Maze ni 2026, our say tuna bypass. That's ubaya. Until they get it right, you really don't have to. The structures there, they exist. Soul Generation now, they have their own publishing company, right? Go sign up as a writer, go sign up as a composer. They'll collect for you. They have up to essay. You can do it. So our CMOs have to scale up. Nimeona recently, money is now being collected centrally on eCitizen. Let's see whether that will change anything moving forward. But we can't sit around and wait for them. SAA will push, and those are the fights we have behind the scenes of pushing policy and trying to make things happen. But we can't let that be the reason we're not working. We can't let that be the reason that tutengeneze do. Lazima tutengeneze. So we find a way. Sawa. Na leo tumepatana. Tutaongea. Okay. As a panel, guys, I'm still. I think I've taken too much time.
Okay. I love the Q&As. Please note down your questions.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we have 4 more speakers who are coming onto the stage, but can we have a round of applause for Jinx? Come on. Yes. You can find him on social media at JinxLike. And while you're showing him love, please do show us love as well. Our handles are on the screens at HitLabs across all social media platforms. And this is the beginning of doing these a lot more frequently. You guys are looking so good. Thank you for coming out. We did this thing in like 2 days, and this is incredible. I want to shout out my bosses who are outside supporting, man. Tumekuja support culture, and there's a lot happening in this creative hub. We do have podcast studios, so if you're an aspiring podcaster, you can come here. We have professionals who will guide you through your podcasting experience. If you're an artist, I know many of you are artists, creators as well, producers. Tuna facilities up, but we have all the resources, so you can check us out at HitLabs. Send your inquiries to info@hitlabs.co.ke. Sawa sawa. All right, we're going to keep the session moving. We're going to move on to the next speaker, another big dog in the game, a facilitator, music executive, and an A&R professional. I'm talking about the one and only Vincent Mutuma, a music executive at 1 RPM. Round of applause, guys. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Hi guys. Hi, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Ruby, for this amazing opportunity to talk about I'm the head of label services and partnerships at 1 RPM. 1 RPM is a music distributor and an artist enabler. In Kenya, we work with about 7,000 artists and under different levels. Some of the artists that we work with BN, we work with Willie Paul, Nadia Mukami, Brooklyn Boys, Watenda Willie, Kodong Clan, and a lot more under different types. Talk about about 3 different things. Thank you. I was assigned to talk about 3 different things. Next, please, next slide. I was assigned to talk about how music distribution works, how artists to build a release strategy in the streaming era. So maybe before we start, how many artists are here? By show of hands? Okay, awesome. So what is music distribution? Anyone who knows? What is music distribution? Music distribution is basically get their music to their listeners. So there are different ways in which artists do this. The first one, the most common one way back used to be CDs and vinyl records, but now we have moved to digital downloads and streaming. So today we'll be speaking a little bit about streaming. There are different roles of a distributor in the music ecosystem. So most of the times, msanii ukimuuliza distributor ni nani? Msanii atasema distributor tu ni mtu natumia kuupload muziki yangu iende kwa stores. Si ndio? Sivyo ndo watu wengi wanaelewa. But distributors play different big roles in the music ecosystem. Distributors wao ndo wanasimamia metadata yako, wao ndo kama umecollaborate na msanii, wao ndo wanaideliver hivyo kwa stores. Kama uko na issue ya TikTok, wao ndo wanaisort. Kama kuna mtu ame-reupload song yako, wao ndo wanai-bring down. Kama uko na issue ya royalties, they are the ones who get your royalties to you. Saa zingine pia kama unataka kuona insights ama data, unataka kujua ni wapi unasikizwa, where are you getting most of your listeners from, which countries are you, getting most of your streams from. I think hizi vitu zote huwa zinakam kutoka kwa distributors. Another thing ni marketing. So for some of the companies like 1RPM, some of the things that we do really well is marketing. When I release, there are different things that an artist needs in order to make that release ikue kubwa. One of the things is something we call pitching. Who knows what pitching is? Si tuko na wasanii hapa? Pitch. Okay, so pitching is the process where a distributor talks to DSPs, the digital service providers like Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music on your behalf as an artist. And they talk to the DSPs in order to get support. Namaanisha vitu kama playlist. Najua playlist ni nini? Hatujui playlist ni nini? Si ni wasanii kweli? Okay. Saa zingine kuna covers za playlist. Next slide please. Next slide. So hizi ndio tunaita covers. Mnaziona? Unakuwa cover ya playlist. So hizi ni vitu zote stores free, but you must pitch. Na pitching process, this is something the distributors do for you. So for you to have a distributor, lazima unampichia kwetu ana distribute your music minimum. Tunaita cover ya Afropop, Bridget Blue, ni cover ya campaign ya Spotify, Brooklyn Boys, ni cover ya East Africa's Finest on Audiomack. So all of these are different companies, but huwa zina support wasanii in different ways. So kuna playlist, kuna banners, kuna pop notifications, kuna campaigns, na hizi ni vitu zinasaidianga msanii song yake ikuwe kubwa kwa stores. Song yako tu isikuwa available kwa stores. Hizi nani ashaona kitu kama hii kwa screen? Ukiingia Spotify, Apple Music. Awesome. Yeah. So hizi ni vitu zinasaidia song ikuwe kubwa. Na this is one of the main roles za distributor. So distributor wenu hawafanyi hizi vitu? Wale wana you guys don't get this? Oh, awesome. So this is something 1RPM we do. Next slide please. And then so distribution company and what is a label. So there's a main difference between these two things. A distribution company and a record label. One of them, ile I think almost kila mtu anajuanga ni record label, ndio inakuamulia almost kila kitu, si ndio? Si wote tunajua. Ukiwa sign kwa record label, most of the things wanakuamulia things kama release schedule, time unataka kutoa song, wanakuwa part of hizo masters. So masters ni hiyo catalog ama hizo songs msanii ameproduce. Pata revenue zikianza kukam, do ikianza kukam, they take a certain percent depending on the agreement that the artist has. But the difference between record labels na distributors, the main difference ni distribution companies don't own. Au wanakudistributia tu song. Si tumeelewa difference? Labels wana own ama unapata wana own a certain percent. There's a difference. The second thing ni distribution companies zinakusaidia market. Segment gani uko? Kuna zingine zinakusaidia. Kwa distribution companies, msanii ako na independent decision making. Unaweza amua kesho nataka song itoke. I don't want my song to go out next week. You can make that decision for yourself. Another thing that an artist can make is something we call creative control. Who knows what creative control is? Tufanye tukue interactive. Sorry. So creative control ni nani anaamuanga kwa studio ni type gani song ni genre gani, most of the times kwa record labels unapata hizi vitu unaambiwa, but kwa distribution companies you can make that decision for yourself. So if you want to sign to a record label, I think those are some of the things that you should note. Si hapo tuko poa? Tumeelewa vizuri? Most of the times wata own song ama wata own a percent of the song. The second thing ni watakuamulia time unataka ku release ama hauwezi amua tu wewe mwenyewe, you have to consult or talk to the label. Other times is who you are working with. Ni msanii yupi unataka collaborate na yeye. Huwezi amka tu sema leo nataka kutoa kazi na Brooklyn Boys na uko kwa label, haita work. But kwa distribution company you can make those decisions for yourself. I think hapo tuko poa. Next slide. Yes, and then how music reaches DSPs. So I think umesema see what the importance of distributing your songs with good distributors is, you know, data. So kila time una distribute hata kabla to come up with any DSP, data hiyo song inakuanga available. Hii data inasaidianga na vitu oftenly. Ya kwanza ni kujua how the song is performing. The second one is to know where your listeners are listening from. The third ni kujua which project is performing well. Saa zingine unaweza toa album, alafu unapata unasukuma project ambayo ipick, but which project is picking, and then you can break your marketing into it. But tukisema ni how your music distribution ni anytime an artist akona song, maybe you have different distribution companies, what you should do as the first thing is have correct metadata. So the previous panelist Jinx, I think ameelezea kuhusu splits na kuhusu distribute. So kila time kuna project kabla uende kudistribute, hakikisha for example tunajua tumefanya kazi na BN. Usiende distribute song alafu uandike BN incorrectly, itafunga profile. Haitaenda kwa the correct profile ya BN. The third thing ni mmelewana na huyo msanii umecollaborate na yeye. Usigoje song ikue kubwa alafu ndio mnaenda kuanza have hizi conversation. It becomes very hard. Na I think notice kuna time kumekuwa na issues, msanii amecollaboratiwa kwa song alafu anasema hajaipata anything. Mshasikia issues kama hizo? Yeah, na sababu wako kuelewana out. Anytime hata kama uamini project, kama unaaminia project, just have splits ama agreements before you distribute. The third thing ni okay, nimepeleka hii song kwa ile natumia either 1 RPM, either DistroKid, either TuneCore. What does my distribution company do? Si eti tunangojea song itoke. Kitu ya kwanza tumesema pitch your song to DSPs. Nikisema DSPs namaanisha digital service providers kama Spotify, Apple Music, hizo. So wakati una deliver ni support. The second thing ni each time una deliver ni time pia wewe as an artist and your team you come up with something called a marketing plan. So every time stores pia wana pitch, stores they support up to a certain level. There's another level that you and your team have to put in the work. Na hii time ndio unajua target audience ni nani, unajua hii song unataka kuifanyia media tour, unataka kuinvolve TikTokers, ni unataka kufanya nayo. By the time iende live kwa DSP stores, at least uko na idea. Usigoje song ikue kubwa ama ikose kuperform ndio unaanza kupush. Kabla song itoke, unakuwa at least umecome up na marketing plan. The third thing ni fans. Mafans wameipata. So hii time ikiwezekana, come up with a marketing plan. So utakuwa una activate. Come up na smart link. Najua smart link ni nini? Anyone? Awesome. Awesome. So smart link ama pre-save. Najua pre-save ni nini? Pre-save link? Awesome. So smart link ama pre-save link ni zile link moja inakuanga na all stores. Amjua link kama hiyo? One link iko na the name of the artist, the name of the project, and then it has YouTube, it has Spotify, it has almost all 10 main stores for this region. And what wakati unaenda kushare link autumii watu over 10 music. Kuna mwingine boomplay. So wakati uko na one link ambayo unaitumia kupush and make it easy for your fans to sort of like convert to active listeners. Yeah, next slide. Hapo tumelewa. Kabla uende kudistribute song, ask your distributor nini wanakusaidia nayo. Distribution companies, they don't just distribute, they help artists. Na tumesema kuna pitch, kuna marketing. So kuna another thing ya maana I thought to share with you guys is independent versus label distribution. So this is sort of like something similar with record labels and distribution. One of the main things ni, the main differences bado ya na record labels ni, with independent versus label distribution, the main thing is ownership of the masters ama the catalog. Nani ana own? Ukiwa kwa label distribution, bado wao watakuwa na own ama wanapata. So kabla make decision, uende kwa label distribution, ask them what exactly is the agreement. The second thing is, ni support gani unapata. So for different labels ama label distribution, utapata kuna 360 deals. Awesome. So kuna saa zingine unapata kuna 360 deals, wanasimamia match yako, shows, si distribution peke yake. That's what I mean. So when you are making these agreements, please ask this question. Like, is it just a distribution deal or is it a label distribution? Ukuwa msanii independent, you own everything. You are masters, you have creative control. You can decide when you want to release a project. You can decide who you want to work with. For most distribution companies, you can keep almost to a certain % of your royalties. Alafu kwa marketing pia, sababu uko wewe mwenyewe ndio utaamua nini unataka kufanya. So hiyo ndio the main difference. It's sort of like record labels and distribution companies. Next slide. So when there are some things that you should ask the people that you are working with, ama watu una approach ama ndo wameku approach. So there are two main differentiators of a distribution company. The first is how big is the company? Is it locally? Ni kubwa. Kuna zingine tu unapata ni ya Kenya, na I think mnazijua, hatutaki kuzitaja. Kuna zingine ni global. So ukitafuta a distribution partner, ask them, how big are you? How big also are your plans as an artist? Kuna wengine wako comfortable na market ya Kenya, si ndio? Kuna mwingine hataki kugrow. So some of the things that you look at regional distributors is their main advantages. Zote zina working the same. Local wanajika. Kuna zingine ziko na better DSP relationships. Tukisema DSP tumesema ni stores. Mtu kwa Spotify, wanajua na mtu kwa Boomplay. So kila time uko na release, that release will be assured some support. Kitu ingine ni cultural marketing expertise. For them, our practicality. Mtu anaweza kuambia different things but in theory form. But most of the regional DSPs wameifanya, imework. Which as this is dependent on how big an artist wants to be. For example, we are artists globally, and this helps artists. Saa zingine unaweza pata umerelease song ina pick South Africa, ama saa zingine song ina pick Nigeria, ama saa zingine umetravel umeenda Turkey. Recently we had one of our artists traveling to Turkey, Masauti, and he was at our Turkey office. So those are some of the things huwa zinasaidia ukuwa na global partner, because anytime a project is picking up team and support you. Other things ni kama global DSP relationships. Saa zingine unaweza pata project ina pick in a different country, kama Mwaki. Nakumbuka song ya Sofia Nzau. So mnakumbuka ili pick outside before hata pick hapa. So those are some of the things huwa zinasaidia kuwa na global partner. Unapata travel anytime any of your songs speak in different regions. Hata saa zingine unaona kuna msanii Mkenya ameenda US, unashangaa ni aje anafanyiwa vitu huko. Most of them wako na global partners. Ama unapata ameenda West Africa, anafanya media tours. I think a few weeks back tulikuwa na wasanii wetu walikuwa Nigeria for the Afrima, and we did some activations for Bridget Blue, who was there. So those are some of the benefits of working with a global distribution partner. Next slide. You can see those are some of our different offices globally. The Kenya one, there's the Turkey one. All over the world, we are in over 43 offices. Next slide. Yeah, then there is one important thing that most artists don't do when you're looking for a distribution partner. So ukiamua leo unataka kudistribute song yangu, una searching to how to distribute songs, because there are many distribution partners. There are partners that ask you to pay your revenue split. It's that of your total revenues. So hizo ni vitu unapaswa kuwa aware kabla sign distribution deals ama wakati unatafuta. So kuna ingine pia lazima ukuwe sure if they are owning your masters. So with certain companies that own masters. Pia, another thing that you should look at when you're looking for a distribution partner is marketing support. So different companies have different formats of how they work. Kuna zingine kama DIY platforms like DistroKid, like TuneCore, you do everything for yourself. And there are others like 1RPM that there is teams that can help you anytime you have marketing plan or a marketing idea. So hiyo ndio the main thing ukitafuta side distribution partner. Usitafute tu distribution partner to deliver songs kwa Spotify, Apple Music, and then that's it. That's the best that artists can get if you use a distribution partner mwenye anaweza kusaidia more than the bare minimum. Another thing is distribution companies, unapata mwisho wa mwezi tu wanakutumia report. Wanakuambia ule make $1,000, but at the end of the month ujui $1,000 ilitoka wapi. You are not aware which store paid, you are not aware when they paid. You are just sent an invoice telling you that you made $1,000. Na hizi ni vitu zimekuwa zikirudisha game yetu nyuma. Unapata msanii amake ile do anapaswa kuwa na make. So when you are looking for a distribution company, ask wako na backend. Na backend iko na nini? Tukisema backend ni mali unaweza login, you see your data, uone ni which store imelipa what amount, imelipa which. Those things should help you make a decision. Usiende tu sign up sababu iko available. Another thing ni global reach. I think may discuss, but global reach pia ni ya maana. Najua tukianza ukiwa msanii, you just want to get your music out there, but as you progress you want to grow, right? You want to reach a bigger audience. So kuna uliza, how big is your company? Mko na offices in different countries? Ama ni Kenya tu, ama ni South Africa tu? Hizo ndio vitu zinakusaidia ku make decision. Usiende tu kudistribute sababu iko. That's okay. Next slide. Okay, then time napanga EPs na albums. Tumeongea kitu ya kwanza, tumesema pitching. Ya pili pia ni kujiplan kama msanii. Uwezi amka tu leo useme kesho nataka kutoa song, ama hii song ni noma sana, wacha nitoe. Unaweza, which is what most artists do, but if you want stores to support you, if you want to have a successful campaign, kwa hii plan ndo unajua nini unafanya. Una engage media, unafanya radio campaign, singles, then EPs. So you have to have a plan as an artist. Uwezi amka sababu unaaminia song sana tu una release. After 2 weeks your momentum itaishuka. So what you should do is first pitch, create a marketing plan. Then kwa hii marketing plan ndio itakuguide kujua, for example, hii ni body of work, ni EP. Wacha ni release singles at least 2 kwanza zinisaidie na momentum. Nani ame-release album hapa ama EP? Body of work, unajua saa zingine ukirelease body of work hivyo tu unaweza poteza songs, especially good songs on the album ama on the project. So you need to come up with creative ways before you release. And there are different ways to do that. Unaweza release single moja kwanza, build momentum, release ingine, and then you merge later with the album. But usiende to release sababu the project is ready. Once you do that, bila plan, utapoteza some good songs on the project. The next slide. And then kuna release timelines and pre-save campaigns. So this is from what we have just discussed. So umetoka ku record song, unaaminia hii song. Most distribution companies won't tell you, but for DSPs, kina Spotify, Apple Music, to sort of like give you support, is free. Ukisikia mtu yote anakulipisha support ya hizi stores, jua anakudanganya. It's totally free. They don't charge. So them need certain things. One of the things they need is time. Uwezi kuwa na song leo, uitoe kesho, hawajaisikia, they don't know the genre, they don't know which type of song it is. How will they support you? So they need certain duration of times. So unapatanga inakwanga from at least 3 to 4 weeks. So kwa hii minimum, kuna ingine hata pitch in before. So unapata kwa hii period, what they do is that they listen to the song, they understand the genre, the type of the song. And there's a second thing that you need as an artist, ni kuwatumia assets. Tukisema assets, we mean work and the metadata na pictures zako. So umeona hizo covers nimeonyesha, kuna pictures za wasanii, unahitaji pictures zako updated. Sababu almost kila wiki there are different artists who release songs. I think unapatanga in certain weeks there are over 100 releases. You have to at least kuwa umewarahisishia kazi. Make sure everything is checked. Your audio, your metadata. Metadata ni wasanii produce. Usually kwetu umepiga tu na simu. Unaweza piga na simu but please background ni plain. Sababu utapata kuna mwingine ameenda amefanya yake ya studio, na hizo ndio vitu stores wanatumia kujua nani wanapea support, nani hawapei. And then 2 to 3 weeks before tuna activate ile kitu tunaita pre-save. So pre-save inasaidia sana at least to have something we call a call to action. So ukisema ni aje, I'm dropping a song next week, mafans wataona, but then hakuna kitu umewambia wafanye, si ndio? But ukuwa na kitu tunaita pre-save link. Hii pre-save link unaweza itumia kama call to action. Unaweza ambia, hi guys, go and pre-save my upcoming single, natoa na major next week. Na hiyo kitu inafanya, it helps even the store see there's some momentum behind the scenes. Wanaona kuna watu 1,000 wanagoja project yako. And then what this helps in ni wanaweza kupea more support. Na unaweza compare msanii ako na 0 pre-saves, mwingine ako na 1,000 pre-saves. Nani atapewa support? Mwenye ako na pre-saves nyingi. Yes, and then coordinating distribution with marketing. So tumesema even as stores support distribution companies and artists with DSP support, marketing plans. Na hizi vitu vary depending on the release, depending on the artist, depending on the region you're targeting. Pia as much as tumesema stores pia wanakusupport, hakuna kitu kingine wewe unafanya. Kitu unategemea tu ni playlist. Support with pia not pushing your project, the next week itakuwa swapped, song nyingine ita-replace. So what you need to do is anytime you have a release, at least come up with social media marketing, PR, kama unaweka radio plugging, kama unafanya influencer partnerships. Hii ni kama una push TikTok, ni dancers wa gani unatafuta TikTok, ni short form content gani unataka kupush nayo, vitu kama hizo. Pia siku hizi tumeona live performances zina peak, especially hii region. So hizo ni vitu pia unaweza itumia kufanya content nayo kupush project. So tusikue tu na pitch pia, sababu kuna wasanii all they do is they just pitch to stores but they don't do anything on their own. So you also need to marketing plan inaweza kusaidia pia, as much as the stores support you, you also have something you are doing on your own. Next slide. Yes, and then now I'll tell you things that to mention hapo. So us, we work with the artists, their catalog, we don't own their catalogs, one wana own. All that we do is that we help them distribute. Another thing that we do is that we are very transparent. So every artist that joins on RPM has their own backend. Uko na account yako, una log in. Anytime you want to withdraw, you can pay. You can see when they paid, how much they paid. You can download monthly reports. Another thing that we do is that we are very hands-on. In case you have any issues, to change audio. Ama saa zingine umerelease audio mbaya haijafanywa for music market. In Africa, we are in over 10 countries, and in all of these countries, we have boots on ground. Na kila market iko very unique. Unaweza pata vile ina work Kenya, si vile ina work Tanzania, si vile ina work West Africa. So we are na tuko na watu kwa ground na tuwakilisha. And then the final thing here is that we invest in artists. So kuna mwingine anahitaji na needs depending na different ambitions. You know, we can come in at different times to support artists. We also have cameras. We have a recording studio at the 1RPM office, which is absolutely free for an RPM artist. And those are some of the things, you know, that we do to support artists. Yeah, next slide. Yes, yeah, I think that's it to maybe most of the artists that I've seen. Saa zingine uhitaji do nyingi ndo uweze kufanya hii kitu. What you need to help you. Na kwa managers, kuna managers wote hapa? Nimeona James. Any other manager? Awesome. So to managers, I think the most interesting thing about this century is data. So data is very important. So anytime you know you are working with a distribution company, please look at the data. Data inasaidia na kujua where your streams are coming from, who is listening, where they're coming from, all of that. Inakusaidia ku come up na marketing campaigns. Pia inakusaidia kutafuta collaborations. Auamki na una any listening numbers in Tanzania. It makes sense, it organic. So data helps you, you know, formulate some of these decisions. So, and that's something, you know, that 1RPM is very good at. And yeah, we are looking forward, you know, to having artists understand, you know, the music business. It's not a one-day thing. And thank you so much to the team that organized this. I think it's a continuous process. And yeah, in case you have any questions, you can ask now. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mimi niko na swali
Yes.
Nimekuwa na a nasty experience
Okay.
na DSPs
Okay.
Cause kuna siku out of fun.
Okay.
Niligoogle jina ya artist
Okay.
nikapata say wameload album ama a quote of the album
Okay.
kwa
Okay.
nashika.
Okay.
So and the name of the album is wrong.
Okay.
The artwork is wrong.
Okay.
So how do we handle such situation where DSPs have content which wajapewa?
Okay. Hii project ilikuwa yako, alafu ukaenda ukapata kuna mtu ame-upload, right? Yeah. Ama?
Yeah. Kitu kaa hiyo.
Okay.
Sijui upload.
Okay. So there are different things, you know, that a distribution partner can help you in such a scenario. But hiyo ni scenario imefanyikia watu wengi sana, especially last year. Unapata saa zingine mtu pia ameweka song kwa profile. One of the main things that your distribution partner should help you in is do something we call a forceful takedown. So unapata kama project yako imepandishwa na hujai allow, tunaweza iangusha. And then can see who has up. The second thing that we can do, if it was you na wewe ulifanya mistake, is that we can swap. Tunaweza badilisha the audios, we can change the metadata na issue up the correct way. But now that depends, it's not all distribution companies that do that. Some that okay to talk to emails or support tickets, but for us at 1RPM, I think that's something that we already do. So do angushe kabisa kama uko umeauthorize, and then wakati tutakuwa ready unaweza ipandisha. Ama the second thing ni kama ni wewe ipandisha but kimakosa unaweza correct the metadata. Unaweza swap the artwork na the audios.
Alafu swali tu ya mwisho.
Yes.
Kama distribution
Yes.
naweza enda kwa bank na nichukue loan according to what I have, the content I have.
Okay.
Kitu kaa hiyo.
Okay. So it depends. Bank fanya kazi statement, tuna invest kwa wasanii, and there are different ways to invest. Kuna wengine wanataka production, kuna wengine wanataka do wafanye vitu zao personal, but for different banks, sijui kama kuna bank already hizo setups, we can have those discussions on the side depending on the needs, and then you can see, what's needed. And for banks, kuna zingine secured, kuna zingine non-secured, so it's a whole lot conversation. But for us at 1RPM, that's something that we are always interested in doing. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your good presentation.
Okay.
My name is Amona.
Okay.
I represent Kisha Africa. Hardcore rap beats we do.
Okay.
So thank you very much for your presentation. My main question about key factors artists should consider with DSPs.
Okay.
About distribution.
Okay.
The first question is, where is the law or an act of parliament which can help us? Like, where can I get it? All right,
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, if I choose you Hit Labs, HBR, to distribute, what are the fees? Like an album, like a single, what are the fees? The third question, and the last question is about metadata.
Okay.
If I feature an artist on my album,
Yes.
I had a nice experience, share, because some guy just came and discovered that, it's a hit.
Okay.
And they were like, I need my money right now because I'm a superstar. I featured in your song and I need my money right now because I see you paying other people. So please tell me about metadata if I feature an artist.
Okay.
The last one is, if I sample a beat and it's a hit, we can talk about the big artists we have encountered in this world. If I sample it, then I make it a hit with my own rhymes.
Yes.
What?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I'll start with which are the laws. So I think that's with the CMOs, the aggregators. I know it's always politicized. MCSK, Priest, all of those companies. That's always a deep conversation. Hiyo ndio jinx aliita publishing na kuwasaidia kuclaim rights. I know there is ongoing, each day I see new news, but for this other side, for distribution, there are certain different ways in which the DSP own way ya kulipa, different from Apple Music. They have their own KPIs. Unapata wao wanalipa different way from Boomplay. So zile za CMOs. Hope that helps. Then the one that I can remember was correct. How do you navigate that? So there are different ways. The first way, the main way, and the right way is to prevent it. Prevent it by mkifanya song na msanii yote kabla utoke studio, hakikisha at least mmeelewana, na si kuelewana in theory. Andikianeni mahali, hata kama ni kwa email, mtumie email na wacha ya confirm, yes I agree to this. Hiyo ina prevent hautakuwa una damage control baadaye in case song ikuwe kubwa. Okay, so tuseme song imetoka na tukua tumeelewa ama song itashuka because each artist kama msanii, you guys have to agree, na ndio maana unaona inakuanga much easier ku agree kabla song haijakuwa hit. Song ikikuwa hit, it's a lot of talking, a lot of teams, ina involve watu wengi, ina involve takedowns, ina involve lobbying, so it's always nice to prevent it before it happens. And the easiest way, signed agreements, just to protect you each in future. The third question was, sorry, remind me the third question? Yeah, so I'm not sure if HBR distribute it labs. Yeah, they don't distribute. But yeah, I hope you meant one RPM. Distributing with 1 RPM. Yes, and all the tires depend, you know, on the artist. Kuna msanii need zake tu ni kutoa song. Kuna mwingine anahitaji marketing. Kuna mwingine anahitaji DSP pitching. Kuna mwingine anahitaji ku grow outside Kenya. So hizo ndio vitu huwa zina guide the percentages. So it's always a conversation based, you know. And then once you understand that, now it makes it easy to move forward. Yes, I think I can take one more question only.
Wait, please hold your questions, guys. Yes. Write them down, tafadhali, yes, so that we can have them at the end of the session. There's a panel discussion we're going to have speakers tonight because tunaona time imesonga sana kiasi. We don't want, you know, if you like questions are coming from one corner and not the other. So kindly just hold. A round of applause for Vincent. Yes. I hope mmesikia. What is music distribution? Jibu nataka, what is music distribution? That's what was being taught just now. I'm just on my, yes? Taking the music from the artist to the listener, yes. Naona wengi wenyu hamjabeba notebooks, and the link said what? Please and come ready to learn. Kama mwezi nijibu what music distribution is, and he's just walked off the stage. Jita kamkutano kidogo. Sawa? Because that's only the second speaker, and we have 3 more to go. Now I'm going to introduce the third speaker. His name is Boniface Mwali. Big British ones who have sponsored tonight. He will be coming through to talk about PR, public diplomacy, and data protection. When the Willie Paul said some dancers stole his idea, and easy stories ni common. Sindio, he is gonna take us through how to protect as a producer or as an artist, and let's give him a round of applause as he comes through to the stage.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, First of all, I want to shout out this space. It's good vibes, yeah? Am I there? One here before? No? Okay. I just see one hand of first timer like me. Yeah, I think it's a great space and a very necessary addition to the culture in Nairobi. That all of you have made time to spend your evening here today. You could be doing a lot of other interesting things. So I have the task of speaking about PR, data, diplomacy. It's a topic that is very dear to me, all these three things. And before I speak about myself and what I do, I'd like to just get a sense of who's in the room. And we have all published, whether it's music, graphics. Has anyone here published anything online? By show of hands, just if you're a creative who has published your work online. Could I just see by show of hands? Okay. So we all understand the internet and what that means for anyone who's working as a creative. We have musicians here. Yeah? We have filmmakers. We have visual artists. Anyone who does visual art, painters, or okay, there's at least one. Okay, that's cool. So my name is Boniface Mwali. I have worked in the arts, culture, and entertainment space in Nairobi over the last 15 years now, in different capacities. My current role is as a project management consultant for the British Council's UK-Kenya season 2025. And I'll speak a bit about that towards the end. But in the time that I've worked in this space, I've held various roles, working as a publicist and communication officer for artists and for creative organizations. I've had the pleasure of also working with Homeboys as a PR officer here for the PR arm of Homeboys, which is Publicis. Trainings in various aspects of the creative, which is a topic that is very important for any artist whose work is sitting as well. And by virtue of the work that I do at the British, and also very passionate about how we can take Kenyan art to the world. As artist, you are an ambassador for your country, and I think I use the example of Nigerian music. Afrobeat has become as a brand, an identity, so that anywhere you go in the world and Afrobeat plays, everyone instantly recognizes it as a Nigerian product. Yeah. So I think as Kenyans who are working as artists, we have an opportunity and a challenge to also deliver that role for a country. Me, I'm a patriot. I love Kenya. I love Africa. I believe that this is the place to be. This is where things are happening. So I think our conversation today, which will be quite interactive, is to look at how do we combine all these different things, all these different elements of PR and data, the data that we produce, to tell the African story to the world in a way that is compelling and that makes us look good. Yeah? So as we go into that discussion, next slide, please. I'd like to start by contextualizing a little bit of these entail. Who has ever sent a press release here? Sent out a press release announcing their project? Yeah? So we all know what a press release is. For done this, a piece of work. In film, there's a rule that if you make a good film and nobody sees it, did you make a good film? No question. That's meant to bring out the idea that when you create something good as an artist, its value and its impact is largely measured by how you interact with it. And one of the ways you do that is through your PR. PR is how you brand yourself, how you tell your story as an artist. I, I grew up in the 90s, so I'm a bit old school. But one of my favorite artists then was 50 Cent, yeah? And when 50 Cent came out, he had this magnificent story about how he got shot 9 times and you know, and he's here. And that really, you know, it told you what he's about. And, you know, if you connect with that identity at any level, then you develop a connection with that artist. Yeah, with 50 Cent in my case. I was like, hey, kwani huyu jamaa alikuwa anaishi wapi huko? And then when you listen to the album, Get Rich or Die Trying, it sort of tells you the story of his life and the environment that he was growing up in and the things that he was doing. But without knowing the story of the artist, the music, it's nice, the beats are good, I mean, he's a good rapper, but it's much more impactful when you know the story of the artist behind it. And that is the function of PR when you're an artist. Running the arts and culture space in Kenya for the Nation. Currently I write on KBC Digital. I meet a lot of artists who underplay the role that PR plays, because when you're a new artist who's coming into the scene, people don't know you, you know? People only know what you tell them about yourself. Responsibility to, you know, tell your story. Make us understand you, make us know you in the way that you feel people should know you. What is your music bringing to the world as an artist based on your experience? And or tradition is usually an outsourced function. But in this day and age, the artist is also evolving and becoming an enterprise. Jay-Z likes to say, you are the business, right? So you have to see yourself as an artist who's starting out. Sometimes you might not have the budget for a publicist, you know, to have someone on retainer. So it falls on you then to be able to package this story and be able to communicate what it is that you're about for people to see. So that's the element of PR, which I think is critical, and we'll touch a little bit on that as we move forward. The other aspect that every artist in this day and age needs to understand is data protection. So again, I'm basing this on the argument that if you are an artist today, you have to see yourself as a business person. And if you are in this business of artistry and creativity, we are in an environment today which is governed by certain laws and policies. And I know this is not something that you know, we like to, but for us as people working in the creative space to be seen as serious and also to understand the reality of the environment that we work in, you have to begin to understand the policy environment. What is the legal framework? What obligations do you have as an artist who is publishing this content online? There's a law that, well, it's relatively new. It was enacted in 2019. How much of it? The Data Protection Act? Yeah? Okay. There's been a lot from the government to enforce this data protection, especially within the creative space. I've been part of several trainings where we've interacted with some of you. I don't think I've seen anyone here in those sessions, but with artists and creatives generally, just to create an understanding of what is the detail and how do you as an artist engage with it and ensure that your rights are protected, but also the rights of your listening to your music through streaming platforms, the people who are, purchasing your merchandise online? How do you ensure that, again, your audience, which is a community that you have built through trust, is also being protected, and that their data rights are not being infringed by your actions and the actions of the people that you're interacting with? So this is also becoming very important for artists. The digital economy, which is where creative products are primarily sold and marketed in this day and age, is one of the areas that I think every artist who is working in this space today, who considers themselves a serious artist, needs to understand and also have mechanisms on how you navigate that frontier. The other aspect we'll talk about is public diplomacy, and this is a very academic way of saying that as an artist, you are an ambassador for your country. You have to see yourself and the world as representing your country in whatever it is that you are doing, whether it is creating a painting, like I mentioned, or a fashion designer. If you're a fashion designer and you dress the president. The other day we were with Judy, who's gonna come here, and we were at a conference in Ghana, in Accra, and we were with this lady who's a fashion designer, and when she got on stage, we had all these creatives from gathered, for the conference, and they're all doing cool stuff. Then this lady comes on. She's Kenyan. She has her Maasai beads and everything, and it's very, tastefully done. And then she says, I got my break because I designed clothes for the president, Kasongo, as we like to call him. Puts you somewhere, as an artist, when you work on something like that. It's a source of pride for you as an artist. Kenya wears these clothes, and we identify, Maasai beadwork and all those patterns. So what you produce as an artist is an element of the sense that it helps the rest of the world understand what your country is about, through the music, through the films, through the fashion, through the food, art. And so first, having this understanding is important, because if you ground your practice, your work as a creative who, I know I was a rapper myself. My initial entry point into this space, I was part of a rap crew called Skaniflani with, I don't know if anyone knows Nafsi Huru here, but yeah, we were a group of rappers from this, and that's it. That's all you pay attention to. But when you start to think of your art and your creativity as a business, then you have to consider all these elements. You have to consider how is it aligned to the policies and the legal framework that you're working within, and then also how do you package it in a way that when you get coherent together and tells you positively, and also it presents you as an ambassador for your country. So moving on to the next aspect of our conversation is, what is PR? How do you utilize PR in your work, or in your projects, so that it gives you the value that you need, you desire out of it? The first way to do that is through media relations. So like I receive a lot of, an artist, a new song, send an email, the music there, or an attachment, and like review my song in the newspaper or on a blog. And that, I think, is the most important element of any PR. You know, whether you're an artist or you're a corporate, like PR relations is the first and most important aspect of how you tell your story. Because the media has a platform. It has a sort of an audience. It amplifies. Can take a small story. Yeah, the way you engage journalists, and see you in the way that you desire for them to see you. And how do you do this? You do this through press releases. Outdated or old school as it may sound, a press release is a very, very important tool. Because, okay, this is who I am, first of all, as an artist. This is my background. This is the song, and this is what the song is about. And this is how this song, you know, why I'm the artist who has made this song, or why I feel this song is important to come out at this point in time. So being able to really craft that thing called a press release and have the right collateral to accompany it. There's something called an EPK. Has anyone heard of an EPK before? Yeah, okay, at least one person has. So an EPK is an electronic press kit, which basically has your bio as an artist. It's a one-page bio. It just briefly talks about who you are as an artist. Then it has some images, you know, the right images, because I don't always go around in a suit, right? But when you're going to the press, there's an image that you want the press to project of yourself as you for yourself. You put that in your press kit, so that even any other day when I as a journalist, I've come across a story which I think, let me write about this artist. If I go to your press kit that's in my folder somewhere, I have the right photos to use. I don't need to go to, you know, Instagram and search the internet, and then we get into data protection issues, right? So your EP, it's a very critical and important resource for your media. Like go back and start and put it together and make sure that, you know, it's a rule of thumb. There's several other things to do with media relations, mentorships. I like to tell this story because I think where it has come now is very impressive. News reviews, the music reviews at Nation. There's an artist who used to, I think every other week, he'd be at Nation Center up or downstairs with a CD or a flyer. And it's called, that time it was called Rabbit, Kaka Sungura. Nowadays it's called King Kaka. So King Kaka used to come to Nation and you know, pretty much just wait for the journalists to come and, you know, vibe and build a rapport. And, you know, you see him once and you're like, okay, it's another artist. You see him again and you're like, oh, you're here again. You know, within a year, you've become buddies. You've become friends. And you sort of have that connection with the person because of the familiarity that you have created over time. And that is an aspect of media relations that every artist needs to spend. If you want your music to be on trace, you need to know who's the producer of that particular segment where you want your song to play. How do you network with him? Going to be here at this event, so you make sure you're there and you network with him and you build that relationship to get to a point where they're familiar with you. They want a comment on something, they can just pick up the phone and call you, and that builds your profile and your brand as an artist. So that is media relations in a nutshell. The other aspect of PR that is critical for any artist is social media. We are all familiar with social media. I think anyone who is not media in this space today you are like a step behind. Maximize social media. How do you ensure this social media where you are present gives you value? It's one thing to, to have a social media page, an account with your name on it, but it's another thing altogether to have a community on social media. It's social media in itself is meaningless without the people. It's called social for a reason. Without the people who are around it. And when you spend time as an artist, you be deliberate about it so that it's not random people who are following you. You know exactly who is on your social media platform. You a link, a connector. It's connecting you to someone on the other end. It's not just a screen that you're putting content on. There's another person on the other end of that platform who is interacting with this content. So how are you creating a community around that social platform? Because it is the community that is your value. It's your asset and your resource as an artist. So managing your social media in a structured manner is very important. It defines you. There's a reason why she was rehearsing here. Commands a certain following, and me with my 5,000 I'm not him, right? This community and I are very different, and the more you invest in building and what is your identity on this platform. So I think this is also critical to keep in mind and be very clear about. Something else that a lot of artists, I think, do not navigate very well is crisis communication. So crisis communication is like a whole subset of public. There are marketing agencies that exist to provide crisis communication alone. Like, they do nothing else. They just wait for floods, and then they tell him, now this is how we are going to handle this crisis. And this is important. Are going to be confronted with a crisis at one point or another. In PR, we say there's no such thing as bad publicity. Even if you find yourself in a crisis, you should be able to turn that crisis around into an opportunity to communicate and to convert an audience or a fan from that situation. So understanding what is your crisis communication plan. Always, like, the only time a crisis is a crisis if you have not prepared for it. So the only way to ensure that you are not finding yourself in a real crisis is to always have a plan. What happens if you get cancelled on X today? What do you do as an artist? You should know what is the likelihood of you being cancelled for one reason or another, and how do you respond when such a thing happens? If you anticipate everything that could go wrong, and you have a way, standard responses, or you have your media contacts on speed dial so that they can clarify where things are being misrepresented, then you are able to turn these crises into opportunities. I think I'm trying to remember a recent crisis where an artist was. I know there are many. Maybe the one that comes to mind is Bahati and Diana Marwa, but I do not want to get into that particular one. The point here being is just know, be ready. What do you do with it? PR is also a way of building relationships and partnerships. So by definition, it's public relations. And for an artist, your publics are, first of all, your fans, the people who listen to your music, who buy your instantly, the corporate partners or institutional partners who will finance your projects. So how you position yourself for these partnerships also is important in how you structure your PR. There's many ways to do this. First, you would need to know who is the artist. What are you about? You know, is your brand or an EABL sort of partnership? And how do you then engage these brands through your PR activity? Or is your brand more suited for, more cause, what we'd call NGO driven support and NGO driven projects? Entertainment partnership and the way you package yourself for a cause driven partnership is very different. You have to tell, you can't be out there with your 50-cent narrative of I got shot 9 times and then expect to work with UNICEF for the kids. Or you can if you know how, if you are clear about how you build a narrative around that. Yeah. So all that is PR, and if you break down all these different elements and put together a plan and sort of put in the flesh and details, that becomes your PR manual as an artist. And it's a very powerful resource, a very important resource for any artist who is especially launching themselves into the scene today. Let's that this is a topic that right now we are all navigating with everyone who's working in the media space has a lot of learning to do on data protection. The 2019 Data Protection Act processes data. You're called a data processor. So basically, if you handle any person's information, you have a responsibility as far as the act is concerned. And currently, as things stand, there are obligations for anyone who is a data processor to follow. There are certain guidelines and certain expectations that the act places on you. Data they do not comply with, then you find yourself things. No consent from anyone you're adding to a mailing list. I know we do this all the time. You put on you have announced it on MOOC, people have bought tickets, then you have all these email addresses, and then you take those email addresses and then you start sending them your promo materials and your information. As far as the act is concerned, you are breaking the law, because they sign up to receive your newsletter. They signed up to attend your event. Getting consent express, it has to be very specific. You have to inform anyone who is joining or you are adding to a mailing list that they are joining this mailing list to receive A, B, C, D. If they are joining it to receive news updates, you need to state to receive news outlet, news information, news updates. If they are joining to receive market information, then they have to consent that they are joining the mailing list to receive marketing information. You can, for any reason that you intend to use that mailing list, there has to be express consent. Where this consent is not expressly provided, as far as the government of Kenya is concerned, rights. And this is important because this law draws from another policy called GDPR. I think we may have heard of GDPR. So if you are in work, operating outside of this framework of the Data Protection Act, it is likely that you are also infringing on GDPR, which is it's a more strictly enforced law in Europe and in the developed world. So it's in the interest of anyone who is handling data to be compliant. The other aspect is, I mentioned this, that you have to tell funds how their data will be used. So as they are giving consent, address for this purpose. They do opt into your newsletter or your mailing list, they should be able to leave. If you've ever used MailChimp, there's always that button at the bottom for unsubscribe, right? It should be that easy, that if someone is on your mailing list and they're no longer interested in being on your mailing list, it should be very easy for them to leave. Right? They should not be with your network and your community out of their will. But you show this data to a third party. So you have your mailing list, your network, people who have trusted you and they feel like, because I like Pamba's music, subscribe to this mailing list, and then you take that mailing list and give it to Boni. All right? If you sell data to a third party, there are compliance requirements and regulations adhere to, which come with their own set of complications. So what the law stipulates is that you should not, it prohibits you from giving this data about any person that you have to a third party. The other requirement is that if this person has been on your mailing list for a year or so, and they're no longer opening your emails, you should remove them from your mailing list. So every now and then you are required to do an audit of who is in your database, whether it's on WhatsApp or wherever, and no longer to your mailing list. There are ways to ensure this, but you have an obligation. If you continue holding this person's information in your database, and for one reason or another, they wake up one day and find themselves still receiving, they don't know what it's about, then if they report you for it and the regulator, which is the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, catches wind of this, you are like the penalties as far as artists are concerned go up to 20,000 shillings for infringing on the data rights of subjects. So you'll either be fined for 20,000 shillings, risk being imprisoned for 6 months. For other institutions like schools, hotels, hospitals, places much higher penalties, much higher penalties that they are expected to pay in these situations. So it's science as an artist. How do you ensure that you are compliant, you are operating within this framework, only that the Act portends, if you can go to the next slide, also because it protects you as an artist. Okay, so before we get to that, how it protects you as an artist, there are also a few, there are also a few aspects that there are a few aspects of how the Act protects both you and your audience. First, it allows one subject to the Act to access this data. So think of yourself as an, here I think I referenced funds, but if also you're an artist and you have some data sitting on a streaming platform somewhere, you have the right to access that data because it is your right as an artist. That if you that I want to know what data exists of mine on this platform, the Act ensures as a data subject in this scenario are entitled to having access to that data. So in this sense, it is a benefit also to artists to be compliant with this, with the Act. You can also, you or your fan, so you remember here as an, I'm painting two scenarios. You have one situation where you are the data controller in the sense that you have data about your artists, I mean your fans and everyone that you are engaging with that you have a responsibility for. But you have also a role as a data subject because there are platforms also that data about you. Yeah. So when you're engaging with those platforms as an artist, you have the right to erasure, the right to rectify the information that is sitting on these platforms about you. If someone no longer wants to receive your emails, they can say, you know, me nitoe kwa mailing list. You are required to remove them. That's this I'm alluding to, that anytime you're engaging with a DSP, it is your obligation to understand how is the DSP that you're interacting with aligned with this Act? How is it ensuring that are they granting you the right to access? Are they granting you the right to rectify? So you have an opportunity, I think, as an artist, then to utilize the provisions of the Act to ensure that you're also getting access to data that you need to build your platform and your brand. And then also the Data Protection Act touches on cybersecurity. And I think whose social media accounts were hacked and he couldn't access them anymore. But it happens quite often. So one of the provisions that are responsibility to ensure that you have the right security protocols whenever you are managing people's data. Yeah? And one of the ways to do that is by having two-factor authentication. So if people are subscribed to your mailing list, or even on your Instagram, you know, you have conversations on DM with people, you have a responsibility to ensure that that information cannot leak, cannot go out. Because if it leaks and someone says, I don't know why this person, how the information about my conversation with this in public, you will be answerable. You'll have a case to answer in terms of how that information came out. So you also have to put all these safeguards. Some of them are very simple. Most of the tech platforms that we use they come inbuilt. They'll come with the steps and guidelines that you need to take. But just being conscious of cybersecurity, that, you know, how do you have strong passwords on your phone? Because we all use phones nowadays, which are both a tool and I guess a broadcasting platform. So you have the right security protocols and you're conversant with what it means for you to engage with people on multiple platforms, whether that or social media platforms where you're. Next slide. Yeah, and then as far as concerned, initially, but the of an artist. You are on an international stage and people are like, that guy is Kenyan. Is that not true? Is that something we all feel proud of when you see a Kenyan, when you see Lupita at the Oscars or Sauti Sol? I mean, I do, at least I feel very proud when I see an international stage. In the way you engage with international entities, international organizations, to see as an ambassador, as a representation of what your culture is about. When people see you on these stages, or they see your work on an international platform, there's an impact that it has and an impression that it creates. And for you as an artist, you have to rate that to your own liking, to your own ability. If it's accepted at home, it will generally be resonant with people outside of the country. And the benefits of doing up to cultural exchange programs. So when you become identified for something as an artist, all of the different international agencies and organizations that are in Nairobi will want to identify with you as something. I think it was 2 weeks ago, I attended a piano recital at the Kenya National Theatre, where this Ukrainian pianist had come to, that classical music, it's very popular there, and they had this Ukrainian pianist who had come to Kenya, and this Ukrainian artist with Muhonja. I think a lot of us know Muhonja, artist, and that's because there's something that you identify with Muhonja as an artist who is living outside the country. When they hear that, they're like, oh, this is interesting, I'm curious. How do you make this music? How do I how does my music blend with yours? And that is the essence of cultural diplomacy. Cultural diplomacy is about creating understanding between countries through, cultural connections like music and art and fashion. So if you package yourself with a unique cultural identity, then you sort of offer yourself up to such opportunities. And I think this is something that we as Kenyans, we have a great opportunity to do that, because I don't know if you know this, but Nairobi hosts about 100 international organizations that operate here in Nairobi. We are the only country, it's called the Global South, here in the middle of Nairobi. And that means there's a lot of international organizations that work from here. And creatives, we need to take advantage of that more and be more deliberate about it. Because and creating better understanding between our country and other countries. The diaspora is also very vital. We hear this increasingly now. There's in the Kenyan culture and music anywhere they are. One of the projects I've been managing at the British Council has involved a lot of engagement with diaspora communities in the UK. So we have a large diaspora community of Kenyans in the UK, and we took some musicians there last year. Costa Ojuang was among them. He went and did this great show in the UK, and it was so well received that, you know, now he's going back. I think he's already done another tour of the UK in January, and he's, you know, going community in the UK craves to feel Kenyan. You know, when for people who are living outside pressures, because you're in a culture that you have no, you know, it's, yeah. So every time you get an opportunity to experience a piece of home, it's exciting, and it's like a wow experience. So I think as an artist, you also need to be cognizant of the fact that there's a community out there in the world which is increasing. We hear about you know, Kenyans in the Gulf, for instance, which you know, it's, we can say, you can debate about whether it's a good or bad thing that we have so many Kenyans living in the Gulf, but they are there, and they are, you know, an audience which for you as an artist need also to connect with. And institutions, which I've also touched on a little bit, that, you know, Kenya really does have a very dynamic mix of organizations which live and breathe culture on a day-to-day basis. And there are very many of these organizations. So when you have projects also that are uniquely, you know, present a unique cultural identity, you open yourself up to partnerships with these sort of institutions. So it's very important for us to be conscious of this, and your platform with that audience in mind, because, you know, it's an opportunity that you can tap into to. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, so as I wrap up, I think, how are we, as the British Council, also tying these elements together? One of the things that the arts program at the British Council does is building the capacity of people who are working in the creative space through skilling. So we have a program. One of the programs that we do is called So Creative. And So Creative is a self-paced e-learning platform where you go on, and it has about 24 modules that speak to the different elements that I've touched on. How do you do your marketing? It's more practical. It's more about how you know, apply these general scenario. So if you go onto the So Creative e-learning platform, you can take the different modules and understand, how do you manage your PR as an artist? You know, how do you structure your marketing and communication? How do you leverage these digital platforms to your advantage? And how do you build a brand that resonates and that is also functional, in the sense that it needs to be, you know, have the right business structures? You know, how do you ensure that you are running this as a business? Because we said, as an artist, you are now an entrepreneur as well. You are your hustle, you are your business. So Creative is a program that is specifically designed to offer this to artists, and New Wave also, who are the ones who have convened this event here today, are one of the partners that we've been working with for this project. So if you speak to New Wave, and they can walk you through what are the modules, what are the steps that you know, when you start with the first modules, which I think are on you know, creating a sustainable creative hustle. So there's about 4 modules that touch on that, and then there's another 6 modules that touch on marketing and branding, and you know, they move to the next one. The one challenge that we've seen with this program is that a lot of artists and creatives register. You know, they sign up. It's a training program, so everyone loves to learn a thing or two. So they sign up, and you begin the take, and then you drop off. You don't finish it. And that's a problem, because the way the course is designed, it's only effective if you follow the program. And what we do for you as an artist is, first of all, you receive a certificate. It's that you've taken this program, you have gone through all the modules, you have an all-rounded understanding of what it means to run a creative hustle, but that you are also part of a network, a British Council network of So Creative alumni, which is all over the council exists in about 100 countries around the world, and we run this program in pretty much all of these countries. So you are part of a network where there are artists who have gone through a similar program. They understand what it means to be an artist. Or you are linked to a community which has a common understanding, and you're more able to collaborate amongst each other. So it's something that the British Council feels is impactful and useful, and that I've seen myself is very to be part of. Beyond that, also, you know, collaboration through exchange programs, like I mentioned, the ones we have. We also offer grants programs. If you don't already follow the British Council Instagram, if you're not already on that page, do that now. Just go on your Instagram and follow East Africa. We have a grant opportunity. It's announced there, and you can apply and you know, grow your creative hustle. This is not to say that if you have not gone through So Creative, you'll not be eligible for these grants, but it is, you know, it's an advantage. It gives you even a better understanding of how to once you receive it. You also gain access to mentoring and coaching opportunities, because again, we work with very established artists, we work with artists who are coming up, we have networks with festival organizers, and so on and so forth. So all of these are resources which, by being part of this community, you can tap into and your contribution. So I'd like to commend New Wave. They've been running this program for the last 8 weeks. I'm not sure how many here have gone through the So Creative classes. Okay, I see one hand. Okay. Yeah. My understanding is that this is the tail end of from the ones who have actually completed this course. It's a milestone. It's a big step for now. The experience that you have gained, or the insights that you have gained, should be able to translate into your work, and you can count on the British Council as a partner to move with you from that point onwards. I'd like us to do a very brief exercise, because again, is making sense. If we go to the questions, but we can just do one of them, which I'd ask, oh God, is that a white screen I see? Okay. All right, technology has refused. But if you could just very briefly speak to the person seated next to you, and to do protector. What are your obligations? What obligations do you have as a data protector? Then I'll just go around the room just to hear some comments from we wind up. Just very quickly, what are your obligations? What is your responsibility as an artist who is a data controller? Have a mic? Do we? Okay. We spoke about at least four obligations that you have Okay. I know we don't have a lot of time, so maybe if I can get one comment, one or two comments. Anyone who's ready? Yep. And just to cue the desk, if we can have the QR code on screen now.
All right.
Okay.
I think, I don't know why you brought the mic next to me. My name is Sam, but then the first one was the right to consent, right? Making sure that they give you consent to that. The other one, there was the right of refusal, as well as making sure to leave the rest to somebody else.
Nice.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone who has, who picked anything different protection? I can't see, the light is, okay. Yeah? Okay. Just shout, because I'm not sure when it will get to you.
Can get huge enough to have an in-house PR wing or whatever, like dedicated PR.
A music?
Like a music enterprise. Can it get big enough to like have a dedicated PR wing? At day-to-day basis, how would that operate?
Okay.
It's a regular question.
Okay, not on data protection, but since the gentleman had answered the point, I think it's a great question, and my view on that is relative, because an enterprise can be just you, yeah? So if the enterprise is just you, you are the in-house PR. You are the, you are the beginning and the end of how that enterprise will handle its PR. And I think as a best practice for anyone who is an entrepreneur, if you are getting into a business, you have to understand how that business works, so that you can, as you're bringing other people into it, you know how they're going to navigate it. So it's important for you as an artist to understand how it works, so that you can run it for yourself when you have no other resource. So if you do that, already you do have the in-house PR. But if you're talking about an enterprise as a larger music enterprise, yes, all major labels, all major music businesses have a PR arm. Pretty much every music label that you can think of has a PR arm to it. The work that they do on a day-to-day basis is what I explained before. They will do, so they will invest in building those media relationships. They'll produce press releases and seen on the platforms that you need to be seen, and everything else, the social media, the partnerships, and all that. So yes, but that running that as a full in-house operation, it's not cheap. It costs quite a lot. So what I see also, some of the labels and the music outfits that we have in Kenya doing is they outsource this. There are, are independent who will, offer this at a rate. Things I've talked about. There are outsourced services for things like data protection. If you do not want that to be your headache, there are, there who will take that headache out of your hand for a piece of what you are earning as an artist. And similarly for even the partnerships, the international partnerships, there are agents. When I worked in festivals, we had artists from South Africa who, our interaction with them was through the agent, book Mafikizolo. You never need to know Mafikizolo themselves. You just need to know the agent, and the agent will bring Mafikizolo to you. So these also sort of services exist. So that's been my time. I would invite you to please scan the QR code if you're more interested in the So Creative e-learning platform. Please do register, and maybe you can stand up and wave to everyone here. Please have a word with the gentleman, and he'll tell you more about So Creative and the work that they do at New Project. Thank you very much. And
thank you so much, Bonnie. I had yeah, to the artists. Thank you, DJ Mac X. To the artists who are outside, I will kindly request you to come in for the workshop. All our first row is empty, so we need you out here. We still have 2 more speakers to go, and I want to introduce the only lady guest speaker tonight. Her name is Judy Mogo. Yes, sir. It's Women's Month, you know? It's Women's Month, so we had to have a lady music exec represent. So Judy Mogo is gonna come here, and she just told me something interesting. Her first job ever was with Homeboys. Yes. So that is fire. She is the content director at Pulse East Africa. Yes, a dear friend of mine. Gonna future proofing. You know how people are always talking about radio is dead, TV is dead, people are all digital? She's gonna give us all the gems. So let's rock with her.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. So it's been a long talk, and I know I'm the enemy between you and you make it a bit fast. And my first question to the audience, how many content creators do we have in the house? Few artists. So actors, actresses. So I think we all got it wrong. You guys, you are all content creators. You know why? So I'm going to present someone interesting. That's my hubby. He's a content creator, right? So in a world where everybody is a content to work well, to be monetizable, to make money from it, right? Everybody has also a favorite content creator. That's why we are here today. So I know my panelists, they've been talking about artists, music, so I combine it all. So digital transformation and future proving in media. How many people work in media houses? Traditional? Traditional or digital? Okay, and you? You work in a media house? Which one? Okay, digital. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, what is digital transformation and why is it important? So, I'm going to make it a bit more interactive. So, let's have the mic ready so that I can move fast. So, the next person to the mic, what is digital transformation in your own words? Anyone, the mic? So that we make the session a bit. You wanna try?
Okay, I think it's the we can from our phones without relying on other traditional sources.
Thank you so much. So digital transformation, it's important because we need to unlock the power of technology, innovation, and adaptability to drive growth and stay ahead in a competitive world. We all know that the world has become very competitive globally. So there's someone who was asking, why is my music not working as a Kenyan, but it's working globally? That's why we need to understand that digital transformation is where you need to understand more about data, how data drives monetization. You need to understand who is your TA, who is the person who is an artist, as a filmmaker, anyone as a content creator, right? So to run a business, we used to be straightforward. For example, managing your team, serving customers, and tracking paperwork. But the route, has anyone visited a KFC place and you've seen there's that at the corner, there's a place where you can go and just buy your stuff. This is digital transformation. So we need to move with the fast pace of how everything is going online, and we need to adapt to it. Because I know most people are saying AI is an enemy to us, but I think it's not an enemy to us. Is it an enemy to us? Anyone? Why is it not an enemy to us? Mike? AI to it as humans.
Thank you. I think you look at AI like you'd look at any other tool. Let's say something like a knife. A knife can be a kitchen utensil, it can be a murder weapon. AI used the right way makes things much, even improves quality and the time taken to do things, and it saves us from having to do some very mundane things and concentrate on the more substantial things we should be doing.
And I will end by saying the slogan that we say, Mambo ni mengi, masani, exactly, that's the work of the AI. So on the next slide. So we have digitization, we have digitalization, and we have digital transformation. So this is the process converting analog data into digital format. And basically that's what we are talking about. How data, basically how traditional media used to have print, and then now we have this data online. So basically that's the conversion. And then we have the adoption. The adoption is tech to improve processes, and that's the same thing he's explained about using AI. And then now we have the creation. Which are the tools that we are using? So that re-innovation. And this is where now we start monetizing, start understanding what are some of the tools that you can use. And some of these tools, it's CapCut, because we're staying away from using cameras, using Adobe. How many people use Adobe Premiere for editing? How many people use CapCut editing their videos? We have the majority, you see. We cannot stay away from Adobe Premiere because we understand it's professional. But again, CapCut is making the work easy. Again, it's digital transformation. Next slide. I think we've explained what is digital transformation. He's explained it so well. But there are different industries. That is the media production industry. There's the content creation industry. So I'll quickly go to, everyone wants their content to trend, have more engagement, and become monetizable. So think about this is the multimedia formats, interactive stories, and podcasts. I think Kenya has become one of the main countries in Africa where we have so many podcasts. How many people have podcasts in this house? We're so happy that we're in a room where we understand digital transformation, because we're trying so hard to fight and say that we have to still stay in the traditional way of doing things. But I'm so happy because I can see most of us were moving so fast. So again, there's the content innovation. Then there's the distribution shifts. And these are the online platforms, streaming, social media. Basically, this is where I work. This is Pulse. So basically, we have different platforms. We have TikTok, we have IG, we have Facebook, and we've seen how these platforms, they've helped us, right? But there's something that has changed, and I think Jinx explained it, yeah? Your follower growth is starting to become stagnated. Has anyone noted that? Reason why, because you need to make your content. So a quick task. Get on your phone now, go on your platform that you use the most, see what is your first search. See what content is going to come top. Please, someone, what is the content that has popped on the platform that you use most? Which? Where? What is the content that has popped? Is it the content that you consume every day? So, have you searched it? Exactly. Someone else, so that we do comparison. What? Yeah? I can't hear you.
Jinx Manana's poster.
Jinx?
Jinx Manana's poster. Jinx ametuambia kona he was doing something to
Jinx,
banana.
yeah? The one. But you mentioned that you've been interacting with him. Yeah. So basically there are tools that are just detecting what you're doing and what you're doing. Guys, there's a content creator who passed away some years back. I think it's 2 years. What's the name of this content creator who was hit by a bus? Anyone remember him? Yeah? Yes. You guys, did you notice during that time, it kept on popping? Because so many people are searching for it, and everybody platforms. And why I've given a bit of emphasis, it's because people are wondering, I keep on creating content, it's not getting engagement, it's not working. To understand your niche. You need to understand, are you in the music industry? Are your friends people who consume fashion content, so that you can package your content based on your search and the things of interest. So if you've noticed again, most of your friends, you're not able to see their content nowadays on Facebook, on IG. Again, it's all the search pattern. Audience engagement, data-driven insights, personalization, that's exactly what I was explaining. Operational agility, digital tools for faster, flexible workflows, I think we've discussed that. So media companies embracing digital transformation can adapt to changing consumer behaviors, compete with tech giants, and unlock new revenue streams. And this is why we are here. Understand. You guys, there's no math. We don't even have answers as much as we are here. We're just trying to understand the model and the industry. How can we move fast with this digital transformation? In Africa, I'm very passionate with Africa because we've been left behind. And I want to challenge the tech gurus, and this is something that I do in so many forums that I go to. Why don't we create our own channels? Yeah? Why are we struggling with Meta? Sorry, I'm a user of Meta, but I think this is a challenge to Africa. Yeah, we need to have our own tools. And one thing that I'm going to say, that's why we have these forums. Yeah, so we had someone talking about data protection. We think to us. Next slide. How can legacy media adapt to digital first? So basically, I'm not going to read so much of the notes. It's something that you can take on your way home. But one thing we do not that we can do, it's just understand some of these models. And the first model, Pixel, it's your camera, you want it to have the bender. Newspapers and magazines, they are shifting to online. yeah? Broadcast to streaming TV, broadcast to streaming TV to OTT. Most you watched TV last year. Where did you watch your last movie? Yeah? Which platform? Box. Yeah, same. Netflix. So exactly. Content. So this is where we have the videos, we have the podcast, interactive graphics. Social media amplifies platforms driving traffic and engagement. So there's something that is changing again that I need to mention. Traffic is that is going to make you sell your product. Engagement is going to do that. Reason why? There's a video that can trend, but when you look at it, I'm going to give you an example. Has anyone worked with any brand in Kenya? The young people, the content creators. Behind there, which brand?
Jojo's Nutriuji.
Okay, what was the project about the campaign?
Marketing the Uji flour.
The Uji flour.
Yeah, Uji
How
flour.
are your platforms? Do you get trends, traffic? How did they pick you?
At first it was slow because not many people knew about the product. It was a new product.
Okay.
Liking. Then from the likes that people started buying now.
Awesome. So it's converted. So there's something our clients that are staying away from, not so much of traffic, but engagement. So maybe he did the campaign well, and many of you. So a video can trend, but it has no purpose. Have you noted that? Like you even wonder, why is it trending? It's so, yeah, out of nowhere. Data-driven decisions, analytics, shaping content, and ads. So data-driven decisions, this is where each and every week, if you're a content creator, a filmmaker, a music producer, you do music work, you have to check your data, yeah? That's why you find most numbers. You have to go and see who is your audience, who is consuming much of your content. Is it the male? Is it the female? Gender, right? So that is where data comes in. And this data is also so crucial even when you're going to the newsroom, because one thing one tool, it's Google Analytics. What it helps us with is understanding what are the trends, what that we're supposed to be doing more of. For example, during Maandamano, we noted a spike. You see, data helps you to understand where are the spikes, which day of the week. Even when you come to Facebook monetization, you need to go back and ask yourself, during this period of time, why was there a spike? It was a trending personality. I'm going to give an example. This week when we were doing our data analysis, we noted that our best performing content was from Showmax. Maya Koth. People know Maya Koth because she's a personality who's known, and also was packaged, was of interest to the audience, and she's also a public figure. So data helps so much to understand what should I create more and what. And subscriptions, new monetization models emerge. So for example, if you feel that your socials zimefika mwisho, you can go and start having in platforms. Have you seen platforms where you need to subscribe for you to consume content? Because the content is of good quality. Feels I should have this content for each and everyday person who wants to consume, but I also have this niche of content that I want people to pay so that I can also get revenue for myself. For example, who is one person who you have to subscribe so that you can watch his content? Tuache kujifanya hatuingiangi hapo. Other platform. Edgar Obare. See, most people have to pay for you to That was a smart move for him. You see, let's be honest. You know, you have to be smart for you to understand, how do I earn money? My brother there was complaining, hey, people out here, they're making... You have to be very, very conscious of understanding, how are people making money? I can't remember, there's this person who makes so much money, who used to work with Trevor, director Trevor. And even they used to have a trick of, I even saw someone, so these guys, they have a poster, they have an image, but they are promoting something. So you have to check, you have to understand, how are people playing with these subscriptions so that you can make money on your platform. Next slide. So I'm not going to focus so much on this. This was just a SWOT analysis on the digital transformation. So basically understanding what are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities. So there's the growing digital audience, increasing smartphone penetration and internet access. I think he mentioned it. There's the local. You've noted that most people want to consume local content, even on our channels. There's the mobile money integration. M-Pesa enables easy transaction. Now we have M-Pesa Global, we have PayPal, which are platforms, especially for the artists. I think with artists from other countries, you're paid through PayPal, right? So, the tech savvy population who I want to challenge Africa again. And this is, you guys, you noted Uganda when people are not able to communicate. Do you know they had their own secret platform that they used to communicate? Does anyone know about that platform? So the platform was called Beat Chat, which was improvised during by young people, you see? So Africa we can, and I want to challenge most of you here. Come up with your own tools, and we can adapt to them. For the weaknesses, there is limited digital skills, and I think I'm also going to point on my brother there who was asking about music. I think we're not doing enough in terms of giving enough skills for people to understand how, as a young person, I just started content creation, how am I going to go about it? So there's not much information, but we need to do more of that. There's also the copyright issues in digital spaces. Bonnie has emphasized on that to avoid legal implications. We have infrastructure challenges, like uneven internet connectivity. I saw the other day a video online of people who, they have to, tunamaking fun that someone has to go up the tree. And basically these people are doing that. So still there's a gap in terms of connectivity. That's a challenge to our government and the private sector that handles that. Opportunities, so there's the streaming growth, capital on OTT platforms. And when I mean OTT platforms, there's also Spotify, there's Boomplay, and there's one RPM. Digital marketing, Levics, that's what I was talking about, making sure that you're understanding the data. Suit for you to just understand your data. There's Smart Octo and many more. Partnerships, I'm very passionate when it comes to partnerships. I'm a partner to British Council, I'm a partner to Mutuma there. We've worked with Jeans, and anyone here who wants to partner with me, please follow me today. Initiative that we're doing for filmmakers, I think this is going to benefit everyone in this room. So Pulse has opened their platforms for collaboration. You're going to notice that there are artists that we are working with. Good quality, yeah? So pass through Motuma. If you need to sign up with him, he's going to sign up with us. So guys, we're doing collaboration for content creators, actors. If you want, welcome to. I also want to ask, is anyone familiar with the Pulse Influencer Awards? How many of you up there? The Pulse Influencer Awards. So that has been one of our key initiative that has given us so much of this collaboration, but we want to go further. Before we do these awards, how can we market? How can we distribute content for you? So we've opened our channels as channels of distributing your content. Because most creatives, most musicians, they've been saying, media doesn't support us enough, so we are here to support you. Sawa sawa? So global reach, export Kenyan content digitally, I think that has been one of our biggest gaps. And I'm also going to mention something about our CPM. People, are you familiar with the CPM, the cost per milli? That's the cost of, basically this is the cost per reach for your content. So unless your content is being consumed in US, is high, you're not making much, you see? So this is something we need to think about. This is an opportunity that we need to ask ourselves as Africa. How can it mean kuna mtu mahali anatunyonga kidogo? It's an opportunity that we need to grab. So for the threats, there's competition, and that was what he was mentioning even in terms of music, but we are here today so that we can break that barrier. Cyber security risk, data protection, Mwali has talked so much about that. Regulatory changes, those are government policies impacting digital operations. Yeah, we know at times the government, you saw what happened in Uganda, Tanzania. Yeah, but so far so good for Kenya, at least we have it is still there, but not so bad. Content saturation, standing out in crowded digital spaces. Just as I mentioned, everyone is a content creator, but what makes your content stand out? Do you understand your niche? Stick to your niche. Who is your audience today? Are the people inside here the people you're supposed to collab with so that you can take your content on another level? Next slide. So, using AI in media workflows. So for this one, there's research, which helps journalists. There's content drafting. There's editing support. And then there's also in newsroom task. So you find at times it's boring, you wake up, it's the same dilly-dally or doing this the whole day. But AI can make your work more fun. And how it makes your work, it's, you can even change someone's voice, you see, becomes fun. Faster to deal so much on the AI bit of this session, because I think nowadays it's very obvious. This is data that you can find online. Next slide. I help in maintaining editorial oversight, ethics, and accuracy. While AI offers efficiency, editorial responsibility must always remain with humans. And this is what I was saying. As much as AI is here, it cannot control us. It's us to control AI. You have to fact check your work. You have to make sure that the sources that you're using, they are credible. You cannot depend fully on AI for that. Again, it's transparency. This is where audiences should trust the media they consume. As much as you're using AI, if you give people content that is not fact-checked, people do not care if you used AI. So you have to be careful with that. Ethical consideration, media organizations must address. This is the bias in AI models. Protection of sensitive sources. Responsible use means AI supports journalism without compromising credibility and fact-checking. So when it comes to copyright concerns, people who've done articles here or any type of content, it's your responsibility to inform. This article has been generated by AI. Did you guys know that? yeah, it's your responsibility. To that percent, 3 out of 3, you've used 2 that you need to declare that this content is AI content, not your original work. Next slide. The future consumption no longer rely on single sources for news or entertainment. Instead, they move between platforms depending on personal preference. I think I've mentioned so much of this, and that's why the industry is with more. Each and every person is going to eat their own pie. YouTube and discovery channels for information, especially among audiences. This shift means media organizations must think beyond traditional publishing and focusing on meeting audiences where they spend their time. Like today, we've met the audiences that we need. I think we are all here because of a common agenda, right? So before you leave, you need to have a collaboration with someone, exchange a number. It's going to take you on another level. The main today in front of you, people who will support your work. Key trends shaping media consumption, as we said. There's also the shorter attention span, and basically most people who may not know, I've worked as a videographer, so I understand the art of video. People stop watching your video, most people at the 45th second. So that content needs to be so engaging. And reason why, if you're coming up with 30 minutes and you're wondering, why are people not watching? You need to build a community. And it's not a journey that starts, you just wake up and when it comes to short form videos, or maybe if you have a video that is more than 1 minute, it has to have that hook shot, yeah? So if you notice digital content, we do not have intros. Have you noted that? But for TV, people have the time to see the, oh, if it's Maria, featured by, director by, but for digital, it's chap. Like, I just want to finish, consume, and go to the next reel. So that's the art that you need to be very interactive. So has become a concern. Not a bad concern, but the question is, are people reading anymore? Are people interacting with websites? Pattern that we noted during Maandamano, most people consumed content on social. So we need to understand, is it a shift? And that's the thing that Jinx was talking about. But one thing, we cannot stay away from the website. One thing, an advantage with the website is something called SEO, search engine optimization. What it does, there are some organizations that want me to do an article because it's going to perform well. Basically, that's not the art at now. SEO, what it helps, if you use the keywords, when you search for that organization, it's going to pop, it's going to give you the facts about that organization. Because honestly, who wants to know about the history of Homeboys, New Wave Africa? You understand? So most people, when they're interacting with this content on maybe Google as an article, it's because it's a search engine. Data-driven editorial strategy. So the modern, I think most of this, the Google Analytics that helps us at Pulse, we use that. It helps us with understanding the page views. How has your article user, how long is the person engaging with the article? Audience demographics and location. It helps us to understand consumed more in Nakuru, in Meru, in Tanzania, in South Africa. So there are times we have trends, and when you go to the analytics, you notice that a certain country has consumed that content so much. So basically it's because it's of person is from that country. Maybe assume Diamond has come to Kenya. So you'll understand, maybe you'll see a shoot in East Africa consuming that content. Traffic sources, social media search, and that helps us on GA4. There's also content performance in real time. So when you see the GA4 platform, you'll notice how many people real time. Especially when there's something trending, article has been done on time, maybe it's 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 10,000 people. It's because it's either a trend or maybe it's a topic of interest to people. These insights, they help editors answer key questions. And for the editors in the house or anyone who wants to open a website that is going to be monetizable, these are the key things. What topics are your audience interested in at that moment? What stories keep readers engaged the longest? What time is best to publish content? What time is best to publish content is an art that we've learned. Because if something is trending now, and Pulse doesn't pick it immediately, trust you me, someone else has people consuming it from there. You'll just notice, yeah? The goal is not just more content, but content that with conversation is engagement. Mark that word when you're going home. Engagement is, are people commenting? Are people saving? Are people liking? So you may have an article that has, let me give an example with a video. You may have a video that has 1 million video views, but no one who is engaging, no one who is saving it. So maybe people are just clicking because it's fun, but people do not want to engage with it. So engagement is very key in this modern age, and especially if you want to monetize your content. Next slide. Content monetization in the AI era. So there's the subscriptions and the membership that I talked about. So some outlets now offer paid subscriptions or membership models where audiences pay for. I talked about that. So there's the exclusive journalism. Nowadays you can go to maybe, I think the Star has that model, Nation Media has that. There's an article you click on and then inakata, unless you either subscribe to their newsletter or maybe you pay for it. So that's one model of media houses making money, but again, it's digital. It's not print. Again, it's digital. Premium newsletters, yeah, that's something that we do often. There's also early access to content, what I was mentioning. The earlier the content is consumed, the better. So it's called time to market. That's how we call it in-house. There's also the ad-free experiences, and then an ad just pops. That's also an advantage to your content, because it means that content is favorable for advertisers, which is good for the website and for certain social media channels, especially Facebook and YouTube. Sawa. IG, TikTok, but I think TikTok, there's a country where I saw TikTok now is monitored by its country. Rwanda. Perfect. Happy for them. I hope it comes to Kenya. This approach focuses on loyal audiences rather than just high traffic numbers, what I was talking about. There's a difference between a community and having traffic. You may trend leo. Kuna watu wamekuwa wakitrend, Are they trending anymore? So it's the consistency of having the right community. Sawa sawa. And making sure the content that you're creating is engaging your community. There's also branded content and partnerships. Like we have different partnerships, as I've mentioned, which also helps us as an online digital media house. And this is the partnership that I was talking about. Maybe you have a partnership with 1RPM, Akina Mutuma, you're an artist. So we collaborate with you, us. What it does, it invites a new audience to your audience, and we give you more visibility to the content that you're creating. Another growing model is branded or sponsored content, where brands collaborate with media outlets to produce storytelling that aligns with their audiences. I think he mentioned about is content. You've seen there's content hapa chini na kwanga imeandikwa sponsored. This may include sponsored articles or videos, brand-funded documentary content, co-created campaigns. Co-created campaigns, it's what he was doing with the brand he was working with. Also, we have documentary that you find maybe British Council, Mwali, they are working with someone who they've decided to fund their documentary. At times, they may not show because it's in support. At times, some of these institutions, hii ni kuaibia siri, they don't want to seem as if wanawape pesa. But when you go with a good proposal, and it all starts with you creating your own content. And then it's sponsored by this, and it's funded by these institutions. Next slide. Strategic partnerships and platform collaboration. So media organizations today increasingly taking other media networks to expand their reach forms. It's called Urban Groom, and they did a good job for us during the awards. I have to appreciate that because it gave us so much visibility. We've worked with Base Radio. We are working with so many brands at the moment, and also content creators like Holy Dave, Dr. Rain. We are working with so many content creators. There's We Are Nubia, who they are artists, and more artists to work with. So you guys don't shy away. When you can see me, Kando, I'll give you my email, my contact, and then you can see me, we can see how we can collaborate. Companies like Google and Meta provide platforms that help distribute content globally, while collaborations with creators can help traditional media connect with younger audiences. Although I'm not feeling their vibe anymore, we need our platforms still. Sawa. Through cross-platform distribution, a single story can be transformed into multiple formats: articles, videos, podcasts, and social media content, maximizing both reach and impact. I want to appreciate Msuya there. She was one person who used to do the 360, where you article and also can have a video. So this video is embedded to the article. It's an art. Munione Kando niwaonyeshe. It's a 360 approach. So these partnerships create opportunities for audience growth, innovation, and shared revenue streams. Next slide. Information and protecting trust. As AI becomes more powerful, the media industry faces a growing challenge. This is misinformation and digital manipulation. You've been seeing the videos for Trump. I've also seen there's a sensitive video that was understand which is an original video and which video people have tampered with. So there's also the cons. Technology such as deepfake technology can create convincing fake images, audio, and videos. There are tools to identify that. This makes the role of journalism even more important, and that's why I mentioned that as much as AI is here, we cannot dispute that we still need editors and we still need the human power. Sawa sawa. Media organization must invest in stronger verification tools, clear editorial standards, and transparent communication with audiences, especially a company like us, Pulse. I joined Pulse in 2017, and I won't lie to you guys, hatukujua tulikuwa tunafanya nini. But now, when you go to our socials, it's clean. You see? Just because mtu amesema jump into that. So we make sure we are using credible sources. We have few legal implications compared to some of our brothers. So we can, as much as we're using AI, we cannot put down the fact that we have to have, in an environment flooded with information, trust becomes the most valuable currency in journalism for most people who've done journalists, people who've done media, you people, you understand that. Next slide. So in conclusion, To conclude, AI is transforming every part of the media core ecosystem, from research and production to distribution, monetization, and audience engagement. But the future of journalism will not be defined by how well we combine AI efficiency, human editorial judgment, ethical responsibility, and audience trust is also very key. Because in an AI-driven information world, the most powerful asset a media organization can have is not just technology, it is credibility. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Any question before? Any question?
Wow, wow, wow. I am coming to you.
Hi, I'm
Yeah.
Rebecca.
What's your name? What do you do?
Hi, I'm Rebecca. I'm actually a I'm a journalist, but nowadays I just refer to myself as a content creator because, as you've said, everyone is doing content. So how do you balance being a journalist, a media personality? You know what you're supposed to do, the rules and everything that you're taught, but at the same time, now we are transforming to content creation and stuff. How do you balance being a journalist and at the same time creating content that resonates with the people?
Okay, for me, I would say being a journalist, you have to follow the ethical standards. Being a content creator, you have to have team. So for me, on a personal note, you have to separate the two. I don't think if they can be in sync. And that's why we had one of the stations from Rwanda, they came to benchmark at our offices. And it's a very good question. And one thing that we told them, even now if you go on our socials, we have the Pulse Media socials, and then we have the Pulse Live marketing socials. So that's for our agency, and then we have the media house. So also if we need to have a sub platform where we want maybe to just have a certain niche, I think the two, as much as we try, become a journalist, people say your content is boring. So I think what you need to understand, if you want to be objective as a journalist, stick to that. If you want to be a content creator, you can have two different channels. Yeah, because basically, and that's why we are learning, and that's why I'm saying we do not have the answers, even ourselves, so we are learning. And one thing we've learned, you have to separate the two. Even as a brand, we had to separate. There are clients who used to complain, hey, my content inaenda chini. Why? Because it's a fast-moving paced media house. So what we did, we have a Pulse Live, post on our Kawaida platforms, and then we collab there. So you can also interact with those platforms. That was a good question. Anyone else?
We shall hold for the panel discussion.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to Judy's TED Talk. Judy, or how I first worked with Pulse Live, I DM'd them. So I'm one person who's very unapologetic about how I hit up brands. I will come to your DMs and be like, please help me. I have this thing. I believe in it. I think you can believe in it too. You can sell yourself. Do not underestimate social media. So yeah, Judy Mogo for Pulse Live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We're about to have our final speaker, and then we get into the fun part of the night. But I'm sure you're learning a lot, right? Yes? Good. I'm glad you've stayed. So we're going to have the next speaker, our last facilitator of the
time,
evening. Hey.
The time ilikuwa a lot more.
Wewe. Hata sijakuita, si relax. Boom, katiene mic. All right, so our next facilitator he's a rapper extraordinaire, he's an artist, he's a songwriter, he's a producer, he's a mix engineer as well, and he will be talking about sound engineering. I know there's some producers in the house, or we have some people, okay? Or we have some people who want to get into production. So Asam Garvey is your guy. Asam, uko wapi? Very, very dope rapper. Leo amesema ametupa deep ends. Lakini he's gonna swim. Karibu.
Asante. Hi everyone. My name is Asam Garvey. I'm a rapper, sound engineer, producer. I'm a musical artist. Mupenda kujita musical artist, not a rapper. So today I'm going to present about sound engineering, the basics of how it takes to take the music from what it is as a raw product to it becoming the final mixed product ready for production. Yeah. So my topic today inaitwa recording to release. That's understanding sound engineering, yeah? The agenda leo, it's foundations of sound and studio setup. Kuna ma-producer, sound engineers hapa. Nice to see you guys. So, let's get to it. So we can start with the foundations of sound na studio setup. Who knows what sound, nani anaweza describe what sound is? Vibrations? You're actually right, ni vibrations through air. Of recording, editing, mixing and mastering a song ready for professional release. That's what sound engineering in a the 4 key areas: sound recording, the building, and then so next slide. So we can go to studio setup essentials. Many people, first of all, me as an artist nikianza, I used to question sound a certain type of way. That's what made me actually think about getting into engineering. Because unajua kuna times you hear like in your head kuna voice unataka, but then the guy doing the mixing of engineering is not getting what you're saying. So that pushed me into getting into the mixing beat, the basics first. That you can teach into. I've always been an audiophile, so nika get into like what is this? How do I get my sound to sound the way I want it to be, and the way I want how people will listen to it. You can get into learning from other people. Also expensive sana in our time. Sayo ulikuwa lipa such huge amounts, alafu sayo you can't afford it as much. So nikaamua, let me teach myself basics, what production is, how will I make myself, how will I make music sound how I want to. Can teach myself. I've worked with people like Boutros, like Shrap guys, Boutros, akina Kevo K-Force. I worked with Awesome Rain, my guy Dr. Rain. Also wote, learning from them, their voices apart from mine, ilini teach now how I can like work with different voices of people, how I can work with multitudes of artists. That's what caused it, Nini. So let me teach you guys now for studio setup essentials, because most times it take a small studio setup for you to get a good recording, a good radio-worthy, ready for radio music, or ready for production, ready for distribution. Usually, acoustic balance in a matter a lot. echo, you usually get bounce back from, especially low ends, you'll get muddy sounds na vitu kaa hizo. When you have acoustic panels, you usually find kwa studio na foam zinakuanga set up in corners na nini. That's where sound usually bounces off. So when you're strategically placing your panels, you have to know your room properly. Make sure, like, usually people test with a clap. When you're in a room, ukisikia clap na usikii echo, you know you have very well. Yeah. So, what are some of the essential studio gear do you guys think for recording, for making music? Can I ask you? Sorry? Yeah. That's an audio interface when it comes to recording, yes. But yeah, it works also the same. Anyone else? Sorry? Yes, monitors. Monitors in a speakers, for those who don't know. Yeah. Microphone, that's obvious. Headphones, that's the usual. So, next slide, please. We can go to recording techniques. And to explain here, for me as an artist, peer to artists, me, nimezoea the back end side on the comp na nini. So for me as an artist, most times artists will get it wrong. When you're recording a song, you're not performing around. Many people will utapata move around, so the mic levels zina go over. You don't get the sound you're supposed to be getting. Usually that's a very crucial bit when it comes to. I've worked with many artists when I'm to me a demo track. That's the recorded song. I go like, hey, hii iko sawa. That's because imerekodiwa vizuri, but that's the first step to it. Yeah. Usually when it comes to mic placement, when you're recording, to the mic where you can place your arm like this to the pop filter and then like this from the pop filter to the mic. Inakupatia good range ya distance na utaget clean clear sound. That's the mic placement, yeah? Yeah, usually layering, you get many takes. You don't just record one take. You get many takes and then you make sure you piece together the best parts of each take. Many people si lazima kila ngoma iko freestyle. Umefanya ati fully from the jump to the end. You can have a good song where you punch in every part, una get the cleanest part of each part, so that the taking a sound consistent na powerful. Yeah. Next slide. So when you're arranging a song, usually in a entail, if it's beat making, it's arranging through the verse and all that, making sure everywhere and where the vocals lie on. Wood arrangement. When you're editing and comping, usually means just comping ni kutoa the bad parts, taking the best parts of each take that you have. You can have, like singers have hundreds of takes, but taking the best parts of each part. That's usually from the mixing now bit, yeah. Next slide. So the mixing is the balancing of the elements. Usually mixing entail making sure everything is level when it comes to vocals, zote ziko. Hakuna moja ina overboard. Everything is on a nice plane, but Yeah. So, yeah? Sorry? Oh, says you're on a poleni. Yeah. So what's an EQ? Equalize ni kufanya nini kwa production? Equalize basically ni kucheza na the frequencies, making sure all the frequencies are on the right level, making sure like if there's a frequency that's not doing the right thing, when you EQ it, you get the best parts of each song, each vocal or each part of the song that you want. Yeah. And then after you've done all that, you go to the mastering bit, which usually is the last step. You balancing the song fully, making sure it sounds good for people listening on a radio, mtu akisikiza on a headphone, nini, the sound haita sound bad, this is good. It level anywhere you're going to listen to it. Haitakuwa as bad as when you have a mix can sound good on the studio monitors, lakini ukiona play it on different on headphones and all that, it in a top. Yeah, I think mine is too short. For distribution, I think Mutuma covered that. I don't think I need to say much to do with that, unless anyone has questions. So, can't hear.
Lizazi,
yeah.
Music production, the beat part of it, challenge nimeface sana ni the costs, the beat production. So you realize for you to have, you unasema from end to end, production, recording, song arrangement, mixing and mastering. So the cost might be a little bit skeptical for a startup.
Yeah.
So inakuja artist we tunachukua maybe credits zake. So when we are now distributing it, we come and just put on the credit of this person. But you see that bit by me.
Yeah.
So wewe kama producer umetuambia ulienda ukalan kujua kujiproducea ili saa at the point of this now you can na uchampio beat na uchape ngoma yako, si ndio?
Yeah.
So hiyo ka supply chain your supply chain. Yeah. That line of you as a music producer, how would you guide me to right now I cannot be able to come to you and beat production na bado tutafanya mastering yake, tutafanya mixing ama kitu yote, hata tuta record, si ndio? And that is mostly the price that most these producers give us. So most of it, you probably have to partner with a person. So you as Asam Gavi, do you have any partnership that you do? Do you offer, see, like, do you maneuver in the industry to make sure that, yes, you have the skill, but how can you help an underground bootros kula beats zako?
Okay, I get artists when you feel I love whatever they do because I understand your process from being the artist who couldn't afford to pay that as much. If someone is talented, unaweza mpatia a good offer. You can come to an agreement. Usually, most times in Kenya, labels inakuanga people with studios, which is the wrong thing. Because a record label ni something that deals with the business side. Many people will assume label na the studio is the same thing. So usually you have to come to an agreement na mtu. If you feel the person is good enough for you as an artist and una understand struggle yake. Unajua kuna mtu mwingine tu like ataki tu kutoa hiyo pesa, elewi kwa nini nilipie studio. Unaelewa? Yeah.
All right. Our final speaker. Thank you so much, Asam Gavi. By the way, ni jina yake Kweli Gavi. Go stream his music. We have come to the end of our facilitators session. I'm going to request that all our facilitators tonight, actually round of applause for Asam. Is it possible for you to tell it's his first time leading a forum? Deep end. So the guys were down discussion. If you can get some seats, there's some empty seats up at Chidi. Mnaweza teremka, mkamtubonge. Mse akate mic ya Asam.
For beat production.
Hey. Workshop at Hit Labs is the last of the Creator Finale program by New Wave Africa. We're very thankful to the guys at New Wave for picking us as their partners. Shout out to British Council for also showing out for the creatives. Shout out to Homeboys Radio, Homeboys Entertainment, Hit Labs, of course, Mike Rabar, and the team, all of us. Pia mimi ni wa Homeboys, pia mimi nafanya kazi. Shout out to me, Basi. Shout out to you for coming out and for sticking, man. Yeah. The response was overwhelming. It was beautiful. I'm so thankful to all the speakers who came out tonight. Friends of the culture, friends of the game, friends of mine as well. We have some performances that are going to be happening tonight. Saisa and Hassano are going to be taken to the stage. So for now, all the questions that you have in a session, where are my facilitators? Are we mic'd? I need my facilitators to be mic'd or to come to the stage with their mics. I need some seats. Kindly. Watu wangu wa Hit Labs, nisaidieni tafadhali. Please help me get some seats up here. If you're up there, tafadhali kona maswali. We've had quite a nice session. So this is your time to ask all the questions that you can, that you would like to ask. Of course, follow us, show us love on social media at Hit Labs is where we are at. We're going to be doing more of these. I would also like to take the opportunity to invite you to a movie night tomorrow. We're going to be screening and the cast and crew are going to be here. So we're an all-round Kenyan creative hub. We can do anything. We've had an art exhibition here. We've had listening parties. We've had performances. MTV Sugar Mashariki was just here last weekend. And tonight we have a workshop. So can my speakers, they're getting mic'd, you know. Huku tuko serious bana. Huku tuko serious. Mona na tuini hapo. Mated talk. Nini. Tuko serious mbaya. Okay. Whoever is ready to come to the stage, if you're still up there, unaweza teremka. Now's your time to ask all the questions to ask our facilitators. Round of applause wakija kwenye stage jamani. Yes. Karibuni sana. Unaona vile ma music exec unaona tu masuti hapa. Serious business. Dress how you want to be addressed and shit like that. Okay. All right. So, open forum. It's time for our Q&A session. If you have, this is your time to voice it. Tuko hapa kukuhudumia. Do we see a question already? Hands up. Please mtanisemea, I've been in heels. I got no more strength. Sina nguvu ya kwenda tena. All right, question. And who you're addressing to?
Welcome everyone. First off, big shout out to Hit Labs. Yo, Ori, I see you. It's been an amazing forum, very educative. I've taken so many notes, some of which I'll have to read over and over to internalize. And I think as an artist, it's something that we've needed in Kenya, in Nairobi, as a growing hub. So big shout out to you guys. Please keep doing what you're doing. Hit Labs, please do more of these. We need more of these so that we learn. So I don't know how I'm supposed to ask, because I have questions for most of the panelists. So do I ask or? Okay. This one goes first to Jinx, huh? Thank you for your set. Shukran. My question was, you had mentioned something about Diana Codes and the viral moment and how she wasn't really prepared for it. So as someone who's in the industry, do you think as an artist, we should be curating our artist development towards a viral moment or just doing it in play? What do you think?
Thing it's a moment. Yeah. If you a well-oiled machine, the viral moment maximizing, which is exactly what happened in her case. So what's important is to understand the fundamentals. The fundamentals of making the best music you can, the fundamentals of positioning your brand the best way you can, and the fundamentals of staying consistent while engaging your community and building your community. So if that viral moment happens and you're still doing your fundamentals, then you actually have a better shot of making it sustainable, right? If that viral moment happens and you haven't established your fundamentals, then it can pass by very quickly.
Thank you for that. Mutoma, Shukran. I wanted to ask, you work for 1 RPM, right? So do you guys have like packages for artists? Because you separated your speech, you were saying, you explained the difference between independent artists and labels. So as 1 RPM, if I'm an independent artist, do you guys have packages for me to approach you guys with the services you offer? And do you guys offer consultancy 101? Like, if I've been in the game for like 10 years, I've just been throwing music here and there. To you, consultancy, sit down, talk to you about my entire music history, and you help me structure it in a way that 1 RPM as a distribution can help me reach a bigger platform and grow my career.
Yes. Yes. What's your name?
I'm Kim, HB Kim. Sorry, my name is HB Kim. Follow me on all socials. I'm an artist. Big shout out!
Awesome.
So,
yeah. So, at different levels. So, as an artist, different artists have different needs. Some artists are their startups, others that are at that next level already. So while we are talking to the artists, we tend to understand their needs. We tend to understand their objectives, what are they aiming to achieve, on where or what you need. The amount of hands-on support that you'll need, so that we know how many team members that will be allocated to you, and all of that. So it depends. It's case by case, because each artist is very unique, and each artist has their own unique needs here. But at 1 RPM, we offer different tiers for different artist needs.
so if I needed to talk to someone directly, do I go to your website, someone I can interact with? Because the problem I find with using online is there's no that human face to face we can interact. So does 1 RPM also offer that, like someone who I can call directly? They say, hi, my name is Sheila, I'm from 1 RPM, I can help you this way, this way. Do you have something like that? Or is it strictly like an online platform?
Okay. Absolutely. We have a Kenyan office, a physical office at Karen. And there are over 10 members, team members, that you can, departments, marketing, operations, A&Rs, so it depends. So depending on your need, on team member. Yeah.
Thank you. I have to check your name. I missed part of your of your set, but I want to thank you for the points you shared. I personally didn't have questions for Pulse, but I'm sure I'll look for you and discuss if I have questions.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Boniface, Wagwan, thank you so much. I've learned about the sound platform that British Council has, the course, so I'll look it up. If you have more info on it, you can.
Creative, you mean? So creative?
So creative. It's is it a paid course? You have to pay for it?
No, no, free of charge.
Gavi, shout out. For you as a producer, let me check my questions. This is so when you're arranging your songs in a mix as you're recording, do you separate your instrumental with the recording? Like you mix the instrumental first, and then you record with the mixed version of the instrumental, or do you record on the? Yeah.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Because usually it varies with how you intend to do it. Sometimes what you should record on as the artist. So when you have the skeleton and you record your vocals on it, I take the vocals back to the stems of the beat. Now tweak the beat according to the vocals, usually. And on the other hand, you can have a mixed version of the beat, which is the stems, bounced as a wave form. Now you record your vocals on them. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And okay, last two. Do you rely on your ears to mix music, or do you have people you follow as a producer?
Music is very creative, and most people who follow technicalities never find the best sound. Because if you don't mix the music without the creativity. So usually when you mix the creative and the technicality, you get the best mesh of.
Shukran. You didn't speak about distribution, and you're an artist. I have to ask you about that. Like, you have distributed music. So as an artist who's also on the platform right now, how have you achieved distribution success as an artist?
I think consistency, for me, it's about consistency. Getting to the point of working with the Soul Generation Publishing. Consistency and knowing what you want to do. If you work towards your goal, which is you satisfying yourself as an artist, you'll always find something to wake up to do. The goal of being famous or all that, everyone has their own role.
All right. Thank you, HB Kim. Next question. Yes, please come. And guys, let's limit our question. Open it into another 10 questions. Yeah. Okay. So that they've had a taste of everyone on stage. Sao si hogsana.
I got this. I promise. Okay, thank you so much for what you're doing, man. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. So many artists here, so many producers here want to be like you. We emulate you. We admire you guys. Like, thank you for so much what you're doing. No one in Kenya can do such things. So for sure, let's big up for HIT. Hit labs, for sure. You know, it's straight up, yeah? It's the same thing we're feeling, all of us. Yeah? We have beats to die. We have. You talked about fundamentals. Like, you know, Maria, isn't it fundamentals? For sure. No, seriously, serious bees, yeah? Like really. Philosophy, and from a year now, like, you guys are supposed to be putting us you guys are supposed to be putting us on. We are watching what you guys are going to do. But from my first question is, we want to be like you guys. You've made it. Okay, not really made it, but you are in the process which we can admire and we can see. You guys have done which we can see. So, honest truth is, what is your philosophy? Like here now, you put on. First question. Just second and last. What is the best piece of practical advice you will give someone starting out? Okay? The last one is...
Thank you. At least kai mtiaji mkisema 2 questions. Hiyo ingine class. What's your philosophy? I think it's across the panel.
Okay, that's a loaded question. Yeah, my philosophy stems from something my mom always told me, which was to leave the place better than you found it. Always leave a place better than you found it. And I've done that. You know, I started off as a recording artist myself, and I looked at the industry and I was interacting with artists, and I was like, this could be better. And I finagled my way into Homeboys Radio, and you know, shaping the careers of the who's who now, you know, getting their platforms, you know, through Jump of Freshmen, through HBR Trapler, the other things we did there. It was the same story, you know, moving to Boomplay, to place in a streaming world. And yeah, in a nutshell, without saying too much, I think that's at the back of my head, is to always leave a place better than I found it. The second question, adverting out. This thing is just pure hustle. No one is coming to see. I can only give you my experience and my perspective and some of the expertise that I've seen that works generally. But I'll tell you this, even Universal, the biggest label in the world, they sign someone that they think is the next Beyonce, the next what, and it flops. All variants with all, because music is also so personal. And there's an X factor that happens. It's like magic that just, like chaos, what do you call it? Organized chaos. That it just so happens that so many factors, that's of course that the fundamentals that you have to keep for you to get the best chance. But I'll say practical advice, hustle. And if it's yours, it's yours.
Yeah, on my side, I think most of the artists that we work with, I normally tell them one thing, don't overthink it. Usifikirie sana. Don't want to perfect it. Most people overthink it, just do it. Perfect ukifanya. Most people don't do it because they fear. Most people don't do it sababu wanaogopa ni aje marafiki zao watawaona. Watu wengi wanaogopa nikipost song yangu sana, watu wataona kama na wale watu overthink, own hiyo kitu ni kama ni yako, isikume. Wacha perfect uko. I tell artists I work with, usiogope kufanya media tour, usiogope kufanya TikTok dancing, wacha wakucheke, but we perfect. To convince an artist, you know, who is starting out right now, is don't give up. Wase wengi sahi wale wamehit, watawakiwapea stories zao, what things along the way, but just don't give up. That's it.
Thank you for the tough question.
It's on, it's on.
It's on?
Yes.
Okay. So my philosophy is to nurture. And I think I have someone I've mentored in this room. She can stand up. So that young lady, I met her when she didn't know us. And she ended up to be my head of a department. I've also worked for Homeboys. I started as an intern and I left people who were in the industry for so many years. So it's not about the money, it's about when you go self is my philosophy. So it's to nurture and to mentor. The money will come. I think it's a blessing from God. Mi naamini najaa sana. When you do good, it's going to come back to you eventually. Yeah? And then the other question was?
Practical advice to an upcoming artist.
So have to push. Trust you me, the people we've worked with here at Homeboys, I'm going to share my story. I will never forget because I think that was my second last job. I was expectant, 5 months old, and I was running cables. And the men kept on asking me, why are you doing all this? And there was so many men in that room. I worked with, I think I was the only lady in here. It's for the people who used to work at Homeboys. And I used to stand out and I used to be their boss. I used to be in charge of the work too hard of the industry, and those are the tricks that this panel has given you. You're not going to stand out, so you have to stand out and you have to push. And it's not an easy journey, no one to you, you have to push.
Yeah. Or philosophy I usually use is each one teach one. Because for me as an artist, I never knew tricks of recording, like how you're supposed to handle a mic. I used to deal with producers who did not care. Umekuja umelipa session, they're done. Kuna takes zenye ziko low, take ingine iko high. So I usually teach artists like know your vocal presence, know how to deliver on a song, like on the mic, like such things, teaching them even the basics of just recording, like knowing how to record yourself, which is usually a fundamental thing, especially with the times we are in right now. Technology go all over. Everyone can record themselves. So all these things are at your mercy, like at your fingertips. This needs to record themselves basic. Of course, the engineering bit can come later, but know how to record yourself so good that if you send out the vocals to the producer or engineer, at a corner, easy task to like give you the best work you can. You don't need to always go to the studio, as they always say. And the advice I can give artists is just go with the flow, love what you do. And then everything else will always work out if you love what you do. Yeah.
Mic check. Okay, it's on now. For me, I agree with pretty much what everyone on the panel has said. My philosophy would be, I believe in learning. I believe like if you want to be good at something, you have to invest the time to develop that skill. You know, get some training, become an apprentice, find someone who's done it well and just learn under them for some time as you develop your skill. Because also, when you learn something, it's a skill you have and no one can ever take it away from you. You'll stay with it forever, and it is something that you will always be able to use. So spend time to learn how things are done, but also as you're learning, do it. Like, in a car, you learn production, and then you'll say, I'll make a song next month. You learn it today, you do it, you apply it, so that that skill that you have acquired becomes useful and beneficial to your craft. So I really do believe in continuous learning and continuous improvement, and that's how we collectively become better. To an artist who's starting out, I would really care about groups. I think there's a a saying that goes, says if you want to go far, go together. So if you are in a group, if you are with other people who are moving in the same direction, you tend to cover more ground. So find groups, find people who are like-minded and collaborate with each other and do that to make more headway. I like New Wave, for example, as an example, because they're a collective and they have a common focus, and then they work together and things happen. So also that group, working together as a group where everyone is bringing something to the bigger goal.
Oh, love that. I know I'm not on the panel, but let me just mention something. I know a lot of us created about work across. Jinx and I started as interns at Homeboys Radio, and we built that relationship. And now I can call them out. Nobody in your journey is irrelevant. From the person who's shining your shoes to the person who's signing that check that you think is going to change your life. Find a way to network. Kesho, you'll be the CMO, CFO, CEO of some company, and I will still come to you, unishike mkono. Instead of worrying about how do I get to the CEO of Homeboys, maybe after anyone else at Homeboys who can help you get to that CEO. Sawa. And for upcoming artists, as a practical advice, usiogope job. Vision ni yako. Begin with the vision in mind, okay? If you have a clear picture of where you're going, the way matter aibu gani ndogo ndogo utapata huku kwa njia. But also make sure that the vision is clear so that I'm still working towards something. But if you're not clear on the direction that you're going to, anything that comes your way is gonna sway you. Sawa? You're on your audition next time. Okay. Do we have another question?
Leteni kiti hapa.
Hata timu yangu hawakuniangalia, angalia ile kiti nakalia bana. Acha nisonge, nimeitwa na wadosi basi. Do we please Faye come as unakuja mbele?
Sasa mko freshi? Hata mimi niko freshi barida. Kizungu niliacha Dandora. Niko na swali, Judy, mambo? Mbonga kuhusu labda kwako si good quality. So at least I'd love to know what good quality is. Alafu kwa
Okay.
RPM, I have a question. Kama artist when you wanna come up, tukikam to the end, rada is which we want to like do 1, 2, 3 things. So like my question would be, kuna limit ya ngoma zenye wasanii tunafaa kutoa ndio to distribute. Unajua naweza toa ngoma moja na nisikume mwaka mzima. So na labda hiyo iendi na policies zenyu. So ndio nikam kwako na kam kutoa ngoma, kuna limit ya ngoma zenye nafaa kutoa ama nefme.
So, good quality video. So basically, si kila mtu akona phone quality ni poa, si ndio? but you find there are shaky short videos. When I was trained in production, hiyo ndio kitu nilitoka shule, KMC, avoid shaky shots, yeah? Because at times we cannot ignore your video because of quality, because of the camera, lighting iko poa. Also make sure the quality of the content inside. That is one thing, that's why we are here. So we need to teach you guys more and more what it means to have a good quality going to, because I know they're doing so much of collaboration with artists and they share their videos with us because they also understand what is good quality video. So to avoid too shaky shots. Sawa sawa. I think most of us understand what is a good quality video. It's not about even the phone. It's just making sure that it's not shaky. It's also good content that you want it represented for your brand. You see, you have a brand. Yeah. So vile unataka, okay, I don't have an issue with twerking, but I will be so honest. For like the platforms that we distribute our content. In fact, that's something that I need to talk about. Kama Meta, if a video it's about nudity, you detect. Na you cancel your video. So basically also such type of content we cannot collaborate with you. So also that's something that I had forgotten to mention. Itakuwa censored na Meta. So hatuwezi collabo na wewe. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Judy. Kiamua kurelease doba moja mwaka yote. But for your benefit as an artist, it's not advisable. So ideally, saa zingine pia kwa msanii, the easiest way ya kupata hit, it's only one sure way. Mtu anaweza kuambia ni nini, but it's only one way, consistency na momentum. The more una release projects kama msanii, it makes it easy for you kupata hit song, na hata ukikosa hit song utapata a good song. Unaona? Na pia na pia itakusaidia momentum yako ishusuke. Kuna wasanii wengine una compete nao, wao wamerelease song moja. Hapana. Unaona? So kuna wana release a song per 2 months, per 3 months. Wao kuna momentum, una momentum, unategemea song moja. Na hiyo ndio kitu a few months back bado waongelelewi sana, na ni wasanii kunao mnajua. So consistency si kama punishment, ni ya kukusaidia wewe kama msanii. Hakuna policy against hiyo. Ni wewe ukipanga plans zako unajua si lazima ikuwe month to month. Unaweza panga 2 months, 3 months. Siku hizi si lazima hata song itoke visualizers. Unaona, unaweza toa na lyric videos. Unaona, but usinyamaze hadi kila kitu kiwe perfect ndio uweze ku release project. Consist everything in a musician's life.
Amjambo, anaitwa Muziki Maker, mimi ni music producer, nafanya kurap pia, na I'm just a musician generally. Nashukuru kwa platform kama hii ya kutuchanua sima creatives. So nikifanya mixing zangu mara most huwa kuna nakuanga na issue na headroom. I know you understand. Like neza consider to make sure I listen to so much of reggae in which na assume zilikuwa analog mixing. Digital with the DAW tunatumia sahi. Somehow we na limit headroom. But how do we maneuver to make sure at least your headroom kwa mix at least inakaribia the analog era mixing?
I think you
sijui nimalize maswali kwa mengine kwa 1 RPM Mr. Mutuma. swali, mi nimekuwa distribute mangoma for a long time. And I debuted, it was an album. And yes, wakai verify, it took those 4-5 2 was given an okay, ikaenda kwa platform. Years later, the project ilichujwa. So I don't know ni instance gani inafanya distributor a review project after already ishaenda public upate haiko, because maybe company ilinitoanisha mbaya. Yeah, alafu on issue ya distribution tena, your distribution company 1RPM iko na zile specific Spotify. Mimi naweza kuwa sitaki kuweka ngoma Spotify for my own reasons. Maybe fans wangu ni wa Audiomack, Boomplay, ama lazima ni utanichagulia penye itaenda ama nitachagua hizo platform? Do I have control of the platform? Na kama kuna care, do you ask me for the permit to kuendelea kudistribute hiyo ngoma to the rest of the hizo platforms zinaenda zikikame up? Yeah, hizo ndio maswali zangu kwa leo.
When it comes to headroom, inakuanga about how you level your mic ukiwa una record. You're inaonga the biggest problem. So you'd rather have a very low vocal than have a hot one. Ili ukuwe na vocal low, unaweza take up, unaweza amplify further, you can use all those zenye zinaweza kupush. About analog na reggae, one thing when it comes to mixing na music production, it's very difficult at the moment to beat analog with the digital when it comes to how sound is processed. The sound cards na all the audio mixers. Audio mixers are analog, that's why it's a reggae one. And now digital iko na limitations flani because imetoka from the analog, which is the hardware. They've just tried to emulate the digital side, the analog of the hardware side of your mixer. So when you're doing that, most times always make sure when you mix -6 dB. Take it down first.
Okay. And then to your second question, ikiwa down na ulijua baadaye. So different distributors have this in which wanaweza take down project, but the standard way in which nitaongelea sisi which one, in case of any issue, we first notify the client. But I think most of the time kuna mtu alituma take down notice, maybe against your project, but sasa kama hautumii distributor ambaye ana communicate na wewe, utapata tu ameanguka. Utapata saa zingine maybe ni sample, kuna issues ya sample, utapata saa zingine maybe kuna producer maybe mani pia ni song tu ilibaiwa maybe streams, saa zingine stores wako very nini na hiyo, but ukitumia distributor ambaye atakwambia kuna issue before any action is taken, and then tunaweza retract ama tunaweza communicate to the specific store, but inategemeanga distributor to distributor, but for us as 1RPM we communicate before any decision is taken. The second question was
tuna distribute song, kama unaweza remove specific stores, distribute over 130 music stores. Na the final part ya kudistribute you can choose. To all of them. The reason why it's advisable like that ni ujui mafans wako wako Meru wanatumia gani ku stream, watu wako Mombasa wanatumia gani. Nimeona unasema unapenda kusikiza reggae, watu wako Uganda, watu wako Jamaica, uwezi bola sijui wapi, nchi tofauti kabisa. YouTube huku hawatumii Boomplay vile sisi tunatumia Boomplay ama Audio kama Spotify, wanatumia Deezer ama Tidal. So it's advisable to distribute to all music stores and then push. Kama unataka kumedia kupush on YouTube, Boomplay, Spotify, Audiomack, unaweza push kwa zile unataka kupush to, but the song is distributed to all music stores. Yes.
So I want to give our should be our takeaways. Kila mtu he wants to perform. Yeah. 30 seconds each, our takeaway ni nini tukienda home. Okay.
Hi, and now to everyone on the panel. My name is Simon Kogi. Manager. So I work with a couple of people, of course. Uko Fulani. If you understand hip hop, you know it's Uko Fulani in the house. So, question for you guys. I have a question for you guys now. For example, if I'm a recording label and I have a couple of people on my panel, sawa. For example, Asam is in my panel. For example, I'm just saying for example. You know, he's almost there. Dogo. But Abbas is my Abbas's manager and a couple of people. You know, sawa. So what I'm asking is this: if music, how does 1 RPM come? PM, it's a question. Sababu umesema niulize swali. How can 1 RPM support? For example, I have over 15 artists, bro. Including akina Chihuahua, akina na Uko Fulani. I'm wearing them, bro. So I'm master this work. I have a system for creating like a new kind of, like a new hip hop kind of system, because that is what we are trying to do. Because I've heard you say something. What if I give you new sound? What happens next?
Okay. I think the first thing yenye tunaweza kusaidia nayo kama 1 RPM, uko na label yenye uko na wasanii over 50, over 100, tunaweza kupea backend ambayo unaweza weka wasanii wote in one place, na kila msanii atakuwa na account yake tofauti but ziko linked to the main account. And then wewe kama admin unaweza log in into any of those accounts. Kwa support itategemea, sababu kwa wasanii wako 50 wote wako the same, wako na different targets, wako na mahitaji tofauti. So mpanya kwa support ni tutaongea na wewe kama label, utuambie ni wasanii gani wana release at what specific time, mahitaji yao ni gani, wanahitaji collaborations, wanahitaji media PRs, to loop in kina Judy kwa hizo campaigns. Inategemea, so it's case by case. tutazidiscuss case by case wakati hizo projects ziko ready ama kabla zikuwe ready, and then tutaformulate a workable plan.
Can I say something? For example, some of those artists are here tonight. Sawa. We had a showcase the other night. So there's Hassano, there's Saisa, Abbas Kubaf, akina nani. Abbas kidogo nimemwacha mahali. But yani, I'm telling you, they're over 50. You've met them, bro. So what I'm saying, for example, my problem is, and it is a question, and that is why I needed this mic. Since March of last year, we made 105 songs, bro. 105 of the most amazing things you can ever listen to. And I'm telling you, basketball, akina Chihuahua, akina nani, wewe bado na inafaa. So swali yangu ni hizo 105. Yes, that are meant to release them in, like, because they're all dope. You know, I need a solid answer because it is me.
So, here's the thing, Simon. What you're describing is a good problem. Yeah? You already have the artist, you've already recorded catalog, and you have legacy artists on your roster, recognizable names like Abbas and Chihuahua. So you're actually in a very good position. The thing here now is to come up with the plan. So we've discussed a few things here today about brand positioning and narrative and storytelling, which are very key to what you're doing. Abbas is a legend, and we all love Abbas. Yeah? Doing a return of the king sort of narrative is something that we've seen work. If you look at, even Abbas himself, initially when he came back from the UK, he had a very good campaign of coming back home. You understand? So you can engineer a narrative. You have a good mix of new artists and established artists. Another link there, another narrative to build there is bridging, you understand? And you can, there's 3 generations of rap that you already have within your roster. So take us behind the music. The music is done. These are figures that we know, and then there are figures that you're introducing us to. Go into content, a docu-series. It could even be short-form content, fast. And then create a funnel. From the short-form content, we go now into, shorter videos on YouTube, and eventually, it could be a documentary. You understand? So the music already connects. If Abachiwa was one of the best eras we had in music, and I want to hear the story. I want to hear the full story. What was happening back then? Like, what sparked it? Abbas, so many stories that you can engage, and you couple that with music. So you have some work to do, a good plan, not only music, but the story around the music, and you're good to go. I got you.
Hey, everybody. First of all, praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Hey, the reason I even start with that is because I'm an upcoming artist. Because of God, I didn't even like rap. It was in the back burner. So now, the moment I removed my track, hopefully you guys get to hear it before you leave. Yeah. Inaitwa Okokeni. Then comes challenges. Then now you start drifting from what you're preaching on. So is keep on keeping on. Yeah, so my question is, during your story, what were your challenges? Like, what were your worst moments that you outgrew, that you grew from? How did you overcome? Like what was the worst thing that happened to you while in the industry, while you're trying to grow up in your craft? Yeah.
Kwani mnaogopa?
Another.
The worst thing that ever happened to you?
How I look at it actually when in dark times, this before I go into it. In dark times, I choose to look at it as, whether it's whatever you believe in, God, the universe, energy, whatever it is, I look at it as misdirection because feet from radio to streaming was quite difficult. You can imagine I worked in radio for like 7 years, and then I cold turkey quit. And, I said, okay, let me get out there and figure out what my without. So it was a knee-jerk reaction. Fuck it, let's out here and see what's what. So I'd say that was a pretty tough transition to not have a job, one sense of purpose, steady paycheck too. So now you have to adjust your lifestyle. But funny enough, it was through the work that I did during my time in radio that got me recommended for a job in streaming. So months later, maybe almost a year, six months to a year later, is when I get the call to Boomplay. But between me leaving Kiss FM and starting at Boomplay was tough. I regretted me quitting at some point because things were murky as hell. But when the transition happened and I landed at Boomplay, I was like, okay, it probably wouldn't have happened if I didn't go through this. So that's sort of like how I look at it.
Okay. For me, it's almost similar somehow. So I started off as an artist manager way back. And that almost 10 years ago, but I had love for the game. Ulikuwa ukipata show ndo unalipwa 10%, but you had to do everything else that a manager does. And I remember at a certain time I had to sort of like kujita mkutano kama give up, because from that I transitioned to PR. I've done PR for some amazing African artists, skin big artists, and then now transitioned to teach then RPM. So imekutisha hiyo time sikuwa nalipwa ama sikuwa napata anything, ni give up. I think probably that was God strengthening me into the next life. Yeah, so I think that was one of my most personal moments zile karibu ni give up. Yeah.
That's a good question because in a male-dominated industry, I worked by about 2015. Going to Mombasa, going to where, you have to be a very firm woman, honestly. The people we've worked with, they know. It's not easy. I know there's this conversation, you have to sleep with your boss to go out up there. No. I started at Pulse as a video editor, then became a senior video editor. Then I was head of Pulse TV. Then I became the director of Content Kenya. Then now I'm the director of Content Pulse East Africa. And I've been so firm. You have to be firm, but doesn't mean that you're supposed to push the men away. Staki. No, no, people I worked with in the industry since the time that I'm young, I'm still working with them. So being a woman, it's not easy. So you have to be so firm. And then when it comes to other challenges, Mutuma vile amesema, ilikuwa someone lied to me, nikalipwa 10,000. Mwezi ukapita, hakuna pesa. Mwezi wa pili, hakuna pesa. Tatu. So what I did with home, give you the platform, you prove yourself. That's why I'm saying I was an intern and then I took charge. And I can't forget, nilikuwa job at Deloitte, and my boss back then were the toughest bosses that I've worked with. If anyone has worked with Alf, you know, there's no time for nonsense. So I remember I was just an intern, nikamfuata. Nikamwambia, by the way, Alf, you know I have bills to pay. You see? As much as I'm an intern, I'm doing equal work with some of these people. I need the pay. So you can imagine, most of the interns that tuli join now, they dropped. Yeah. At times, not everybody who comes from a family that can support. But at times, you have to push hard, by the way. The challenges are so much. It can never be easy. You have to master your art. I remember when I was an editor at Pulse, a video editor, and one of the preacher to you, I gave her the middle finger because I knew what I was doing. And because I'm a woman, at times, and sorry to say this in such a forum, there are people who assume we don't know what we are doing.
True.
Yeah? So you have to be so firm because these challenges, there are so many, but you have to be firm. Thank you.
Yeah. For me, I think it was a teachable moment. It was a low point, yes, but a teachable moment for me to always believe in my craft and just do what I want to do. Because I was about to be signed by an exec. He'd kept me to bay for like 6 months, recorded over 50 songs. Every time on kuja session, and then play a Willie Paul. Unasikia hii ngoma hii. Hard for me right now. After 6 months of back and forth, he just didn't know what he wanted. He was just moving with whatever the trend was, but because he had the name of an exec, you'd give him the trust. Yeah, he knows what they know what they're doing, but they don't many times. So me up even only decide, let me just step out, let me do my thing as I want to do it.
Zinakwanga, and I think that is the essence of life. Generally, you encounter challenges and you know go over the hurdle, and it makes you stronger. I think the biggest challenge I've ever had as a person, as an individual, is health-wise. There's a time I was unwell, you know, and I could not work. I could not work. And that was a very difficult time. It was the most difficult time I have ever experienced as an adult. And I think what that taught me is the importance of having, first of all, a support system. So make sure that you have people around you who are, you know, watu wako, any watu wako wekange karibu, because those things in life, you know. And then also something that artists to do, because at the time I felt I was working for an organization that at least they were not paying us much money, but at least all come to patia medical, my lifesaver, because I needed to go to hospital for a long time, and that helped me. So I would say, as an artist, real life situations, things, yani saizi ukigonjeka, what will happen? Yeah, do you have savings? You are able to, and what's your support system? And those are things maybe we don't think about enough, but they matter, because wewe ndio hiyo biashara, wewe ndio kila kitu. Ukikuwa huwezi perform, kazi imesimama. Yeah.
Thank you all of you, the panel. Good advice. What I've gathered from all of your, never give up. So never give up, everybody. Yeah. Mbarikie kila mtu, mungoje ngoma inakam sai.
Musical panel, not going to give you a sob story. I'm 12 years. I've built an independent property with my own. You can even struggle that. People telling me, you look amazing, this is great, this is beautiful. But I'm having a breakdown in the bathroom, and then I come outside and I smile with people and I take pictures. That's just a portion of it. What I would say, I have got to you, it happens for you. Every single thing. If you walk through life, come on. No, but for real though, I'm being very, very serious. Person, and people are always asking me, how do you do this? You're so resilient. I'm resilient here. Nikienda point about the vision. I know what I'm working for. I know where I'm going. After I'm done crying and saying, oh my God, fuck this, I'll never do this again, blah, 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 I'll cry. I'll be in bed for 2 days, and then it's time to, get yourself together. We have some shit to do. So nothing happens to you, it happens for you. I have been through very ugly situations, and when you're going through it, you're just like, God, why me? Why do I have to be picked for this thing? And then when you come outside of it, when you see the thing that's on the other end, you're like, oh, I needed that, I need to be at this position. So any life lazima ikwe fiti, life lazima ikwe mbaya. Like usifikire niwe peke una experience bad days. Kila mse anakapitia top, walk through the fire. Yeah, that's my 30 seconds. Nothing happens to you.
All right, I just say, remember your 3-chapter rollout in as an artist. That is tease, build, arrival. All right? Tease, build, arrival. And let your next tease be better than your previous arrival. And you keep that cycle going, and let's meet at the top. It's a 3-chapter rollout. You tease, you build, and then you have your arrival.
My final word would be, as artists, as managers, the main thing with distribution, si upload to songs, tukumbuke kupitch our songs, what as possible from the DSPs, and the more you pitch in time, the more the stores can support.
And let's go out and get a Grammy, guys.
Yeah.
Yes. For me, my final words, it's be in the right collabo to partner. Do not fear that CEO, venye Ruby alikuwa anasema, nifuate kama Judy. Being in the right place, it's taken me to the US, to Ghana, to Algiers. Everybody asks me, how do you do it? Be at the right event, msichoke, sawa sawa. And the platform is open.
For me, I think as an artist and engineer, I'll say artists just work on your delivery. No engineer will ever make the best possible work.
For me, I'm with the Grammy guy and Judy. I think my what I would encourage is you have think globally. Like nowadays, we are the market is on the internet. So as much as we are in Kenya and we're making this music in Kenya and making this art and creative works in Kenya, the market is all over the world. So when you're creating a product, just branding yourself for an international audience, what do you need to do to penetrate that? Then now you start to, go after. Lenga uko inje. In fact, Kenyan elaborate to conquer outside, not be competing amongst ourselves. It's counterproductive. So think globally, but act locally.
Ladies, mnaweza ona kando sijui kama wako, lakini wako na M-Pesa. Kadi sijui but M-Pesa iko on. Yes. Next workshop. Let's take a picture real quiz. So that's how we are wrapping up. We have performances come in. We can take a picture real quick with the panel. All of you guys, I think everyone is on standby. Mneza jipangapa juu. Come and touch and talk. Double two. Blessed and highly favored. Your future has changed. Show. Maisha yako yatabadilika. Steady rocking on the midnight. Steady rocking on the midnight. Alright, stage. Wako chini ya mstari mtafu. Okay, let's take our picture real quick. We have some performances happening. Guys, please take the picture. Mshuke stage.